Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start this meeting in about a minute. If you could take your seats, please. Thank you. All right, good evening. Welcome. This is the regular Board of County Commissioners meeting, May 5th, 2022. It's 10 minutes till 6. We're going to go ahead and get started. Please turn your cell phone to the vibrate, silence, or off setting. The Board of County Commissioners allows any person to speak regarding an item on the agenda. Speaker is limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise determined to allow sufficient time for all speakers. Speakers shall refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or other behavior which interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Upon completion of the public comment period, discussion is limited to the board members and questions raised by the board. This evening, Commissioner Berry from District 5 will bring our invocation. Stephen, you're recognized.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Pastor Jim Locke from Hillcrest Baptist Church to make his way forward. And please rise. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Let's go to the Lord as we pray. Our Father in heaven, on this National Day of Prayer, know how grateful we are for the ability to pray, for the access that you give us, the Creator God of heaven and earth. We thank you for hearing our prayers. Tonight, we're grateful to be here. We're thankful to be alive. We're thankful to be engaged. We're thankful for the blessing of community, thankful to have a voice. And before we do anything else, we begin by magnifying the glory of your great name, O Lord, our Lord. How majestic is your name in all the earth. We thank you for the blessing of this great land, for the blessing of democracy. We acknowledge you as the author of our liberties, and we give thanks for those who've defended our freedoms through sacrifice and blood. We thank you for those who still do it even to this day. Lord, we're not a perfect nation, we know it. But as we continue the work of forming a more perfect union, we ask that you'd give these leaders, our Escambia County commissioners and staff, incredible wisdom to make sound decisions that benefit our community and that are consistent with God's will. Thank you for their service. And we ask that you'd help them, each and every one, to love justice, show mercy, and to walk humbly before God. Finally, Lord, forgive us, for we're a sinful people. Our nation is divided. We're desperate for your mercy and for your grace. We ask you to forgive us and grant us a real and lasting spiritual awakening that our community, our state, and our nation might be renewed from within and remain strong for generations to come. With gratitude and thanks and respecting people of all faiths, I offer this prayer in the name of Christ my Lord. Amen.
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 Thank you, Pastor Locke, for being here. Commissioner May, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Jim, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for the use of Hillcrest Baptist Church on a number of occasions over the years and regularly for our elections as well, but for District 5 purposes as well. Thank you. And tell Brian Barlow I said hello.
Thank you, Pastor Locke, and thank you, Commissioner Berry. We're going to move quickly forward to our any items added to the agenda. Madam Attorney.
Yes, sir. During the day, we did distribute to you all the TPO TMC deed as the third item on the county attorney's report, and a brand-new version of that deed was distributed directly prior to the meeting. It should be at your workstations, I believe.
We have it. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Commissioner Bender?
No, sir.
Commissioner Berry?
No.
Commissioner May?
No, sir.
Commissioner Underhill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we are now in the month of May, as we do every year, we are looking at the beginning of hurricane season coming up in less than 30 days. And I suspect that most of the people in the room have already been through one, but what you should remember is that there are many people in our community who have not been through hurricanes before. Preparation for hurricanes is an area that, if you hadn't been through it, if you hadn't experienced it before, it's a daunting task, and like many daunting tasks, people put them off. I want to reiterate that the county has a very detailed booklet that is available at all of our libraries, normally entitled "The First 72's on You."
Doug, are you adding that to the agenda tonight? We're doing add-ons.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were Commissioners Forum.
You're going to add the hurricane guide? Okay. No, that's coming next.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I have nothing to add to the
Okay,
agenda
thank you.
except for Commissioners Forum. Thank you.
Right on. Wes, anything from you? All right, good. Now we're going to go, first. Chair would entertain an adoption of the...
Second.
Motion second to adopt the agenda. Please vote. I did. I was like, where's he going with it? All right, the agenda passes 5-0. Now, Commissioner Underhill, we will go to Commissioners Forum. We'll start with Commissioner Bender on the end.
I was going to let Doug just pick up where he left off.
You want to just let Doug?
I'm almost
All right,
done.
Doug, just keep going.
Thanks, guys. Hey, if the first 72 is on you, what that really means is the government's job for 72 hours after the storm is to reconstitute government. So where you might normally expect to be able to get an emergency responder, you should not expect that in the first 72. Strongly encourage everybody to go down to the library. It's my understanding that this is we have a new print coming fairly soon with all the new numbers for Florida Power and Light. But the checklists and the work-throughs, there are things that you wouldn't normally think about, and this booklet will give you an opportunity to think through what you would do in a hurricane and how to look after those around you as well. Keep in mind, your family may be secure, but there are probably families around you, families with a deployed military member, families with elderly care issues that may also need your help. And the way that we get through hurricanes here in Escambia County is that we all hold on tight to one another and lift each other up. So that's one of the great things about this community, and the way you can be a better part of the solution instead of the problem. Pick up the pamphlet, work through a plan for your family, for your neighborhood, and for the weakest among you in your neighborhood. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then you can always go to Be Ready Escambia as well, and they have the checklists online as well. Commissioner Bender, you're recognized.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One, I want to thank staff, everyone who was involved in the job fair that we had 2 weeks ago at the Bay Center. I was able to stop by and see them, and I think we had a pretty good number of applicants come through. Also that afternoon, we had the firefighter competition out at Pensacola Beach, which was a great way for surrounding departments and our own department to take fun and some showing off their skills and showing everyone else some of the things that they have to do on a daily basis. Also want to thank Pete Moore Chevrolet, Angela Moore and Lauren Moore. They donated another 2 trucks to our lifeguard program this year, and they've been doing that since the inception of every few years. They'll donate 2 more trucks, and so really an integral partner in our lifeguard program. And then finally, Commissioner May, I want to say you did a great job emceeing the Master of Ceremonies for the dedication of Fred Levin Way. Someone who promoted Pensacola, did so much for our community. I'm glad we were able to recognize that, but also, I'd say his legacy continued with the festival that they had and what it was able to accomplish, and sounds like it was the first annual. So looking forward to going to that again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Berry, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to mention with a heavy heart the passing of someone earlier this week on Monday that I've known since Sunday school pre-K, and went to school with his children, Jack Dixon. from Dixon Brothers Sporting Goods. Many of us that grew up here would have been customers and friends of Jack's through the sporting goods store, beginning in the late 70s. Your thoughts and prayers go out to Jack's family, his wife Linda Sue, and his children Jessica, Jason, and Todd. We're all grew up with all of them, went to school with all of them. They're all Tate folks, and Jack and Linda Sue moved over to Robertsdale when he kind of turned the business over to the boys to run a few years ago, and felt fortunate. I saw him just a few weeks back and was able to catch up with him for a little while at lunch, and was shocked when I heard that he had passed on Monday. Very sad, very sad. And thoughts and prayers go out to Jack and to Jack's family, and the children and grandchildren, and the legacy that he leaves behind. It's kind of moved to more of a screen printing business than a sporting goods store, but many of us bought our, first gloves.
Thank you, Commissioner Berry. Commissioner May, you're recognized.
And Stephen, I would say many of us didn't buy our first glove. It was donated to us. Growing up playing at the Salvation Army, sometimes we had to get hand-me-down equipment, and so we certainly acknowledge that. And Commissioner Minna, thank you for being a part of the Fred Levin Way as a young person. Had the opportunity to follow Fred and Willie Jr. around as a young man that helped me to shape many of the ideas that I have today, and so certainly want to recognize the president of the firm, Mark Proctor, and partners Mike Papantonio and Troy Rafferty, as well as Martin and Debbie and Marcy and Britton, for the great charitable event that they put together. There was no one that was hungry on last Sunday. It was just not about a naming of a street that we certainly acknowledge the city did, but it was all of 40-plus nonprofits, multiple 20-plus minority vendors who were able to be paid to feed children in our community. And so what a great day for Pensacola and the recognition of Fred Levin. Certainly want to recognize Commissioner Underhill and Begach for your support for the Rosamond Johnson event that will be held this Saturday at 10 o'clock in Perdido and Johnson Beach. Certainly was the beach that my mom and dad could go to because they were not allowed to go to Pensacola Beach. And so it was the only beach that African Americans could go to, and what an honor. And we want to thank the Perdido Chamber, Commissioner Begach, your office, and Commissioner Underhill, and as well as support of our others, that we will be out there on Saturday in this annual event to honor a Purple Heart, a person who sacrificed everything for our liberty to protect the freedoms of a country that he did not enjoy those same freedom rights when he was back in America. And so we're certainly thankful for that. And as well, Robert, we were at the job fair, and Wes, thank you for the staff. I think we've accomplished a lot, and we won't be doing the one at Brownsville, but I want to thank Clara Long and her staff for 300-plus children who have applied for our summer employment program that started with only 17 children. And when we first initiated this, and I think we probably have in excess of 20 young people who've started through our summer employment program who now have permanent employment with the county, and that's due to Clara Long and all of her great staff. We certainly want to recognize Mr. Gerald Graham and the passing of his mother, Miss Annie Mae Graham. Gerald Graham is a social media personality and a supporter of justice in District 3, and our prayers go out to his mother. And finally, happy Cinco de Mayo to all of our friends. I mean, I think we should be inclusive and celebrate all holidays, no matter what your beliefs and what your faiths are. And so I know tonight on Palafox Street, many of my Cinco friends will be out on Palafox, and so we can't be too long. We got to get out and celebrate with them, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Doug, you recognized?
Nothing else for the good of the whole, thank you.
All right, I got a couple of things. First, I want to, Lumen, I just wanted to say, we got these nice T-shirts. Are you responsible for these?
Well, I think the family is.
The family, okay. Well, I'm going to be there at 10 o'clock on Saturday wearing this, and I look forward to it, and I appreciate Aaron Wilmer and the family and everyone. And when you talk about the sacrifice this young man made, he was saving his fellow soldiers, and he saved two of them and went back for the third, at which point he was shot and fatally wounded. So that's a great American. That's a great American. So I look forward to Saturday morning at 10 o'clock being out there. And I certainly hope that the community will join us as well. Johnson's Beach, named for this young man who gave his life for our country. Let's celebrate together, and as many as y'all can be out there, let's be out there. Also, yeah, absolutely. No, it means a lot. I mean, it's fantastic. I'm also, while we're talking about things like this, I will also say I'm extremely proud to see the renderings of the Chappie James Memorial Plaza and the airplane and everything. I look forward to that. I can't wait till that's there. That's something that's going to make our community very proud. So, proud moments. I want to bring up some things from District 1 that are very important. Sorrento Road, there's been media coverage of Sorrento Road. It's a tremendously dangerous roadway for a lot of different reasons. 85 accidents in the last 15 months alone, including multiple fatalities. So people have asked me, how do I get involved? How do I make a difference? How can I help the state prioritize this road? Well, here's your first opportunity. Coming up next week, there will be a meeting online. It's an online priorities list, and believe me, there's a never-ending list of priorities, lots of roads. But unless we start talking about Sorrento Road specifically, it's going to languish at number 18 or further down the list. And it's very difficult to move these off the list. So anyone who is interested in helping, it's next week on the 11th. And I would encourage you to go to the Emerald Coast Regional Council website and look up that meeting. It's open to the public. There will be a period of public comment. I intend to be on that call, and we talk about Sorrento, and it's very simple. Let's ask the state to move up the priority. I've requested a safety audit of that road. We're looking at everything holistically that we can do, including lighting, rumble strips, whatever it takes. But the project is a $70 million project. It's going to be a heavy lift. But people have asked, well, what can I do to help? Here's what you can do to help. Join me on that meeting next week at 2 o'clock on the 11th. Go to Emerald Coast Regional Council, sign up. If you drive that road, if you know people that drive that road, let your voice be heard. Let FDOT hear your voice. That's number one. Tomorrow is a very important day in Escambia County. We're building a brand new fire station. It's been something a decade in the making, or longer. Predates my time on this board, and it was a tremendous heavy lift. And tomorrow is the day where we break the ground, and we're going to recognize some very important families who have sacrificed a lot for this community, including one gentleman who sacrificed his life. So I would encourage anyone in the Beulah community who is interested, join us tomorrow morning at 11:30. It's going to be a great ceremony. We're going to honor some men. We're going to break some ground. We're going to talk about this facility, and it's going to be a great addition to the Beulah community, which, as we all know, is one of the fastest growing in our area. I want to say thank you to the Pensacola Chamber and LEAP Class 22. They held a ribbon cutting recently for a tremendous project that they've done over on the campus of Olive Baptist Church between the Health and Hope Clinic and Ministry Village. It's a couple of organizations over there that help people that are down on their luck. They help people that don't have dental insurance, medical insurance, but they're working, and they help them get the medical care they need. They utilize over 200 volunteers, volunteer doctors, volunteer dentists. Ministry Village does food giveaways. It's a great faith-based organization, and I want to thank the Pensacola Chamber, Todd Thompson, LEAP Class 22 for what they built out there, because it's going to be a great addition to that area. I also want to thank and congratulate Darian Schaefer and Visit Pensacola. You know, we fund that organization every year with our tourist money. Yesterday, they honored 5 exceptional individuals who work in the hospitality and tourism industry. It was a great luncheon. It's great to recognize that, and I want to point out a couple of very salient facts that were given out at this meeting yesterday. You know, you think about the tourist industry, we all know how important it is, but Mr. Schaefer pointed out some stark numbers that we should all be aware of. He said in 2021, these are from Darren Schaefer, in 2021, the Pensacola area, greater Pensacola, Escambia County area, had 2.1 million visitors. Those 2.1 million visitors had an economic impact and a spending of $1.2 billion. And that accounted for over $70 million in taxes paid for by out-of-towners. He also pointed out the fact that more than 20,000 citizens in Escambia County are employed in the hospitality and tourist industry. The $70 million accounts for 26% of what we use to operate. So if you imagine, if they didn't show up, if we didn't have a robust tourist sector, we would be, the average person, the average citizen would be paying an additional $600. So tourism's important, and we appreciate the hard work of Visit Pensacola. We want visitors to come to our beach. We want them to come to our rivers, enjoy our natural beauty, our restaurants downtown, and everything. Most importantly, we want them to spend a lot of money while they're here, because the more they spend, the less we have to take from you. So congratulations to Visit Pensacola and Darren Schaefer. And finally, as we mentioned, Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, Johnson's Beach. It's a big day. and it's an important day. So with that, that's all I have. Wes, anything from you? All right, we will move forward. Proclamations. We have a number of proclamations this evening. Some will be presented this evening. Others will be ratified and presented at later locations. But at this point, the chair would entertain.
I'll move the proclamation, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion is second on the proclamations. Please vote. All right. And the proclamations are passed unanimously. Okay, we are going to start with A. Are we presenting this tonight? John Robinson is here. John, you're recognized. John Robinson, Animal Services Director's got a proclamation he's going to read. John, you're recognized.
Good evening, Commissioners. I've stood at this podium a lot and had y'all praise me for things that have changed at the shelter, and I always tell you that I didn't do it. Everybody, we have this team that does it. And I want to introduce you to Kim. She was one of the early employees that I hired. She's on her second stint with me at Animal Services, and she's been an amazing employee. So I'm proud that she got elected as the Employee of the Month. And now I'm going to read her this proclamation and try not to stumble through it because I'm not near as good as you guys are. So, whereas Escambia County has established an Employee of the Month program to recognize one employee to represent the various departments, and whereas Kimberly Bouse, a veterinary technician in the Animal Welfare Department, is selected as Employee of the Month for May 2022 for the standards of excellence that she has displayed in performance of her duties, and whereas Kimberly Bouse began her employment with Escambia County on July 28, 2020, and provides excellent service to the citizens of Escambia County through all assigned duties, and whereas Kimberly is on her second stint with the Department of Animal Welfare. Her first go-around was as a senior kennel technician, but she left us to do a much more important job, being a mom. She returned to our team in 2020 as a veterinary technician. She is responsible for assisting our veterinarian, Dr. Lee over there, with anything that she needs help with in the clinic, which can be a lot. She assists with spay and neuter surgeries, daily care and monitoring, emergency treatments, dispensing medications, and handling our foster family. And whereas the veterinary clinic has been short-staffed since the end of 2021, with 2 of the 3 veterinary technicians resigning for unexpected opportunities, Kimberly has stepped up to keep the vet clinic moving and efficient while being the only veterinary technician available. The Department of Animal Welfare requires staff to be available 365 days a year, and that often requires daily input from our medical team. Kimberly has made herself available to assist with those needs until the vacant positions were filled. And whereas Kimberly is the perfect team player willing to help the animal welfare officers and the animal welfare coordinators with any issues they may have, her experience working the Animal Welfare and Adoption Center prior to becoming a veterinary technician is paramount to our team's success. She is fantastic working with our fosters and volunteers, teaching them how to help us with animals in our care. She is also a great mentor for our students from Pensacola State College's veterinary technician program. And whereas Kimberly is as a dedicated employee who is committed to the success of the Department of Animal Welfare and our goals of providing the best possible care for the animals at Escambia County Animal Welfare and Adoption Center, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida commends and congratulates Ms. Kimberly Bouse on her selection as the Employee of the Month for May 2022. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Jeff Bergosh, Chairman, District 1, Douglas Underhill, Vice Chairman, District 2, Lumen May, District 3, Robert Bender, District 4, and Stephen Berry, District 5. I told her she had to write a speech, but she wouldn't do it. She wants no part of that. So.
Thank you very much. I love this.
Oh, no, you got to speak in the mic so it's part of the record. Yeah, you don't get off easy,
I was
no.
just going to say that I love this community and I love my family at Escambia County Animal Welfare. They really, truly are like a second family to me.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you. And this is my family.
All right, item B is going to be presented at tomorrow's groundbreaking, but items C and D, are you guys taking a picture, or what are we doing? Okay. Oh. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, hey, got to take care of business.
Do you guys want to come this way? Yes, ma'am.
didn't want to stay by me either.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So item B will be presented at tomorrow's groundbreaking at the fire station in Beulah. Item C and D, my counterpart, Commissioner Bender, will be presenting these this evening. Commissioner Bender, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I have an honor of presenting these next few, so thank you for letting me do that. I have a Escambia County proclamation. Whereas National Correctional Officers Week was first proclaimed on May 5th, 1984 by President Ronald Reagan when he signed Proclamation 5187 to recognize the men and women who work in jails, prisons, and community corrections across this country. And whereas in 1996, the United States Senate officially changed the name to National Correctional Officers and Employees Week, recognized during the first full week in May. And whereas the operation of correctional facilities represents a crucial component of the criminal justice system in the United States, and correctional personnel play a vital role in protecting the rights of the public to be safeguarded from criminal activity. And whereas correctional officers are trained law enforcement professionals who are responsible for supervising inmate conduct and behavior to maintain security within the facility. And whereas this week we honor the men and women of the Escambia County Corrections Department who exemplify professionalism, integrity, and strength when faced with challenges and dangers that may put their lives at risk. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida, hereby declares the week of May 1st through 7, 2022 as Correctional Officers and Employees Week in Escambia County to honor the men and women of the Escambia County Corrections Department. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Jeff Bergosh, Chairman, District 1, Douglas Underhill, Vice Chairman, District 2, Lumen J. May, District 3, Robert Bender, District 4, Stephen Berry, District 5. Chief, gentlemen, thank you.
Sir, at the risk of danger, I'm going to introduce Sergeant Martin here. He's our youngest, newest promoted supervisor, and I asked him to keep it to like 45 seconds just to speak, because if we give him an opportunity, he will speak till tomorrow.
Welcome aboard.
Please, 30 seconds.
I just want to say thank you for everybody that's here and everybody that support the corrections family. I know we've been through a lot with staffing and everything, but it's all coming together. People coming to support us. Our command staff supports us, and just like it's been said, we're family. We family. We stick together, and we take care of each other. So I appreciate y'all. I appreciate everybody that's here and everybody that supports us.
Right on, 45 seconds, man. Be good.
Thanks, y'all.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Good seeing you.
Good seeing you.
All right, Robert, you're up again.
Okay, I have another one to recognize our Public Safety Department, EMS. Escambia County Proclamation. Whereas in 1974, President Gerald Ford established Emergency Medical Services EMS Week to recognize EMS personnel for the important work they do in our nation's communities. This year, Escambia County will celebrate EMS Week, May 15 to 21, 2022, with the theme EMS, Rising to the Challenge. And whereas for the period of January 1 through December 31, 2021, the men and women of Escambia County EMS responded to 77,334 calls. They stand ready to provide critical care, advanced life support, basic life support, and bariatric transports to our residents and visitors 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And whereas every day, Escambia County EMS provides this vital public service to ensure that our residents and visitors have access to quality emergency care, which dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate to those who experience a sudden illness or injury. And whereas, since the COVID-19 pandemic began in March 2020, the men and women of Escambia County EMS have certainly risen to the many challenges they faced, even if it meant spending countless hours away from their families and friends. And whereas, during Emergency Medical Services Week, we have the opportunity to recognize our local EMS heroes for their unwavering commitment to serving our community. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida hereby declare the week of May 15 to 21, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services Week in Escambia County to honor the men and women of Escambia County Emergency Medical Services. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Jeff Bergosh, Chairman, District 1, Douglas Underhill, Vice Chairman, District 2, Luman J. May, District 3, Robert Bender, District 4, Stephen Berry, District 5.
Thank you all. I've been in this business 23 years. It's certainly an honor to be here with this amazing group of folks. I've never worked with a bunch of more dedicated and caring individuals in my life, so I'm certainly proud of each and every one of them. And thank you for the opportunity, and we appreciate the recognition. Go ahead.
Commissioner Bender, are you presenting F tonight?
I am.
Is that- Okay, all right, and we're ratifying E to be presented at a later location. That's what we wrote down at the review.
Sorry, I don't have, I'm doing Cox right now.
Yep, okay, that's right. Go for it.
I have a Escambia County proclamation. Whereas the Cox Inspirational Student Hero Awards Program began 29 years ago in New Orleans, Louisiana, and has spread to the other Cox communication markets in the Southeast region. To date, Cox Communications has recognized over 4,500 students from Lafayette, Louisiana to Gainesville, Florida. And whereas on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, Cox Communications honored a record 53 students in Escambia County. These students were chosen by a committee of leaders at their school due to their resilience in the face of adversity. These students have overcome the loss of a family member, a medical issue, a difficult family situation, or a similar hardship, and they did so with a smile on their face. And whereas these students may not be their class valedictorian or a star athlete, but they inspired others by overcoming extreme hardships and leading by example. And whereas during this event, the students were introduced by a representative from their school who informed those in attendance why the student was selected as a Cox Communications Inspirational Student Hero. And whereas Cox Communications was proud to present each Inspirational Student Hero with a personalized engraved medallion along with a certificate of honor. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida hereby recognizes Cox Communications for honoring 53 Escambia County Inspirational Student Heroes. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Jeff Bergosh, Chairman, District 1, Douglas Underhill, Vice Chairman, District 2, Luman J. May, District 3, Robert Bender, District 4, Stephen Berry, District 5. And real quick, I would just like to add, I had the opportunity to attend this for a little bit the other day. And of course, some of the stories you hear about that these students have overcome and have excelled, they should be looked upon as role models within their classes and their schools, and that's why they were selected. As I said, having two little ones myself, these are the type of people that inspire them to be better, when faced with adversity, they've overcome it and excelled. So hats off to everyone who was recognized the other night. Thank you.
Kristen, would you like to say some words?
Sure.
Welcome.
Thank you to all the commissioners for this proclamation, and truly, it was such an honor for our employees to honor these 53 students on Monday. Really appreciate Commissioner Bender for being there. And as he mentioned, there are so many heart-wrenching stories, but truly they have overcome so much in the last year, and we wanted to celebrate them. This was the first time that we were able to do this event in person for the first time in 2 years, so that was particularly inspirational to everyone who attended. So thank you so much, and thank you, Commissioner Bender.
Thank you, Kristen. Gentlemen, I neglected to mention the fact that Michelle Salzman's district representative is here, so I'm going to go ahead and recognize Michelle's representative, Debbie Malsberger. Debbie, did you want to come forward? Did you have something that you wanted to give us, or no? I don't want to put you on the spot. I just got a text from your boss, though, so. Okay, all right. Very good. Thank you for being here. All right, next up.
Chairman?
Yes.
And I did recognize my colleague in District 3, Larry Williams from ECUA, is in attendance tonight, so it's so good to see Larry.
I did not
Thank
see
you.
Larry.
Thank you for being here, Larry.
Thank you.
We're working on some real projects together.
Right. Thank you for being here, Mr. Williams. Okay. Did the clerk's office receive the proofs of publication for the public hearings on the agenda and the board's weekly meeting schedule?
Mr. Chairman, the clerk's office has received all proofs.
And where were they published?
Escambia Sun Press.
My favorite part of the meeting. Very
Move to
good.
waive the reading.
Motion and a second to waive the reading. Please vote. We love the Escambia Sun Press. We love them. And that passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to move to the clerk and comptroller's report. Madam Clerk had to step out, so Delana, our own Delana, is going to be filling in for her. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the clerk's office just had 2 routine items that the clerk reviewed this morning for your approval.
Chair would entertain a motion on the clerk's report.
Move that we accept the clerk's report as submitted.
Motion?
Second.
Motion and second. Please vote.
Good job, Delana.
You did great. Okay, the clerk's report passes unanimously. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the growth management report. We've got one item which is somewhat complex, so we're going to reorder without objection, and we discussed this at the review this morning. We're going to reorder the GMR, and we're going to take GMR2, the action items. First, we're going to go ahead and pull that forward. But before I do that, Delana, do we need to take action on dropping the written, I know we said we were dropping the written communication.
Mr. Chairman, I'll defer to County Attorney Rogers on that. As far as my reporting goes, I can either report it as no action taken,
Okay.
or we can take a vote to drop whatever County Attorney Rogers prefers.
Sometimes it does help preserve the record so that when you go to look at it later, you can see what happened.
Okay, so before we get into your report, let's just go ahead and clean that up.
I'll move to drop the item, Mr.
Second.
Chairman.
Motion and a second to drop the written communication. Please vote. We kind of glossed over it. Just want to make sure we
No
do it
problem.
right. Okay, the motion to drop the written communication passes unanimously. Okay, so now we're going to jump forward, and we're going to move very deliberatively through this, because again, this is a very complex issue. So before we take item 1, we're going to go to GMR action item 2. And so, Horace, you're recognized. We have no speakers on item 1.
Yes, sir. For item 1, GMR action item, beginning with item number 1, recommendation concerning final plat approval for Bentley Oaks, Unit 4, Phase 3. Final plat approval.
So item 1, the chair would enter. It's Commissioner Berry's.
You move it, Commissioner. I second.
Okay, motion and a second. Uh-oh.
Sorry, I didn't catch the motion. Commissioner May? Thank you. Sorry, sir.
Okay, Commissioner May moves it. Commissioner Berry seconds. Please vote to approve.
And I'm just going to clarify, that's A through D. Yeah, just so you, okay.
Okay, item 2.1 passes unanimously. Item 2.2, there is one speaker. It's the recommendation concerning nautical landing subdivision. Andrew Bluer will be recognized, and then we'll take action. 2 minutes. And this evening, 2 minutes for the speakers.
Andrew Bluer, 6101 Midas Place. This is very dear to my heart. Basically, this is going to be watershed, I'm sure. Basically, there's already water flooding my property or whatever, and then this is going to be causing more problems for the people on 8 Mile Creek and 11 Mile Creek. I know there's people that get their property flooded on those places during the April showers we had in 2014, and also 2 years ago, the Hurricane Sally. So if y'all go along with this, which I know y'all probably will, I was thinking about changing the name of the streets, you know, and name one of them Sunken Treasure, the other one Davy Jones Locker, and Shipwreck, and Minesweeper. That way, when people decide to buy a house in there, they'll know what they're getting, and they won't be able to complain to District 1 saying, hey, we didn't know. Now they'll know. And I'm sure EMS will be able to find Sunken Treasure, Davy Jones Locker, Shipwreck, and Minesweeper. It'll live in infamy for everywhere. And fire department can get there and do sea rescue.
Thank you. At this point, the chair would entertain a motion, or I'll pass the gavel. It's in my district, and I'm supportive.
Move the item.
Second. Motion is second on 2-2. Please vote.
That's A through D.
Thank you.
Second stands.
Thank you. A through D, second stands. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, now we're going to move down to,
Yes, sir.
No
The next
speakers on
item,
3 and 4.
we have recommendation concerning an at-large reappointment or appointment to the planning board. The first candidate is Reed Rushing or Tab Ferguson.
yeah, I think we're going to need ballots. Okay, I believe we're going to go ahead and take a ballot on that, and that way we can just choose one of the two.
Is either one of those people here, Mr. Chairman?
So let's ask, is either Reed Rushing or Tab Ferguson here, present? Both these gentlemen wish to serve on the planning board. Commissioner May, I don't see them in attendance. I don't see anyone, so just pick one.
All right.
Yeah, Commissioner Bergosh.
Yes.
I need to read an abstention.
Say that again?
I need to read an
Oh,
abstention.
please, you're recognized.
I, Stephen Berry, hereby disclose on May 5, 2020, a measure came or will come before my agency which inured to the special gain or loss of my business associate, Reed Rushing. Measure before my agency and my nature of my conflicting interest is as follows. Board of County Commissioners, meeting 5/5/2020, item GMR 23, recommendation concerning an at-large reappointment, appointment to the planning board. Voting on the reappointment of Reed Rushing, a business associate of mine who creates a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 112.3143 Florida statutes, or the appearance of a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 286.012 Florida statute. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I also will be abstaining from this vote. Board of County Commissioners, meeting 5/5/2022, recommendation concerning an at-large reappointment or appointment to the planning board. Voting on the reappointment of Reed Rushing, a business associate of mine, creates a conflict of interest pursuant to 1112.3143 Florida statute, or an appearance of conflict of interest pursuant to 286.012 Florida statute.
Okay, Madam Attorney, do they have the right to vote on the ballot then? That they
No.
won't? Okay, so
They are
we're not to
abstaining.
consider their ballots?
Correct.
Okay.
It is as though they are not present for this particular vote.
Okay, Delana, so just me, Doug, and Robert. All right, cool.
And Mr. Chairman, we have 3 votes for Reed Rushing.
Chair would entertain a motion.
Move to appoint Reed Rushing.
Second. Motion is second to reappoint Reed Rushing to the planning board. Please vote. You gotta press, they gotta press the abstain. Who? Huh? Okay, all right, Reed Rushing's reappointed, 3 votes in favor, none opposed, 2 abstained, Commissioner Berry and Commissioner May. Next up, yes, we will
The next
need,
is the recommendation concerning at-large reappointment or appointment to the Board of Adjustments.
Okay.
The first candidate for reappointment is Martin Shack, and for a new appointment of Antonio Amarillo. I hope I said that correct.
let's go ahead and find out, it's a good point. Martin Shack or Antonio Amarelli, are either of these gentlemen here this evening? It doesn't appear that they are, Commissioner Underhill. So.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 votes for Martin Shack and 1 vote for Antonio Amarelli.
Chair would entertain a motion. Yep, you got to make it.
Second.
Motion and a second for what?
I make the motion for Martin Shack, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Second stands.
All right, please vote. All right, let's call that vote. All right, that passes 5-0. Okay, what we're going to do, gentlemen, right now, we're going to finish up with GMR 3 and then go back to.
Go back to the
yeah,
consent
so
agenda?
let's-
Yes, yes.
So the
Move
chair,
the GMR consent agenda.
motion second on the consent agenda, please vote. All right, the consent agenda passes unanimously. So let's go ahead and move back. Now we're going to go back to GMR 1. I apologize to the audience for the yo-yo, but we've got a very important matter coming up here on this part of the agenda, and we've got to make sure it's imperative that we get it right. So we'll do the first 3, and then we'll recognize the attorney to give us our primer. So item 1, GMR 1-1.
Yes, sir. It's a public hearing concerning the review of an ordinance for a small-scale map amendment.
Two speakers. Yes, and we do have a speaker on this, so we'll go ahead and hear from him before we take,
From
before I
industrial
entertain.
to mixed-use urban.
Okay, so Adam Cobb. Adam Cobb? Yep. Yep. You're recognized. You have 2 minutes.
I represent Adam Cobb here with Emmanuel Shepherd and Condon, 30 South Spring Street. I represent the petitioner on this matter.
Are you waiving in support?
In support, just here to answer any questions you may have on this and the subsequent 2
Okay.
agenda items.
So, we will not call you up on the other 2 unless we have questions. Good enough. Any questions for the speaker? Doug, your light's
Is
on?
that the last speaker?
Yeah, he's the only speaker on.
Move the 545 in the affirmative.
Okay, we got a motion.
Second.
We got a motion and a second on the 545. Any discussion? Please vote. Okay, the 545 passes unanimously. We're up to the 546. Adam Cobb is here, but he's not going to be recognized. He doesn't want to speak.
Yes, sir. Small-scale map amendment for review and adoption for a small-scale map amendment from commercial to mixed-use urban.
Commissioner Barry?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. And we don't have speakers on this one nor the next one,
No, sir, we don't.
other than Adam.
Other than
Okay.
Adam.
Yeah, Adam, I do have a question, if you don't mind. So the owner of the first property, the Florida MHC LLC, is an active corporation. The owners of the subsequent 2 items are inactive in Sunbiz. Do you know what that would pertain to?
I think that is an administrative oversight. I represent Athena Real Estate, which we'll call the mothership entity that is, through its various affiliates, owns each of these properties.
Right.
I don't know the detail, but I'm certainly sure that that's an administrative oversight on likely filing an annual report.
So what it appears to be inactive due to some type of, or at least in Sunbiz, some type of corporate merger. I mean, the application needs to be in the name of the entity that controls the property on the date that we hear the hearing. Is that anything, you're not familiar with?
I unfortunately am not. I think that's frankly news to me. I'm happy to submit some level of amended application if the board is so inclined. Correcting that, as far as the merger, no, that's the first time that's been brought to my attention.
I have no other knowledge other than what's on Sunbiz, but that's what it appears on Sunbiz. It doesn't, it just shows inactive due to corporate merger. It doesn't show the receiving corporation. You mentioned a parent company, Athena Real Estate. It probably is the recipient of the equitable interest from the other 2 LLCs, but it doesn't necessarily show that. I do think, in my opinion, we need to be taking action on on applications that reflect current ownership at the time that we take the action. I don't have any issue with either one of them. They weren't expressed there was no issues at planning board from what I understand. A simple letter of explanation from Mr. Cobb for both items and, bring those back in 2 weeks at the morning meeting. I don't think there'd be any issue.
So your motion will be to drop these and?
Yeah.
And then?
And a very short letter of explanation just saying that, Athena Real Estate is the parent company. The Athena Palafox LLC and Athena Rustic LLC were both merged on some date under the Athena Real Estate parent, and that's why the application, these LLCs were active at the time of the application, but they're not active at the time the board would take action.
I'm happy to do that, absolutely, if that makes the board happy. I think the one thing that I will mention is that the deed of record obviously is in the name of the listed applicants. What's happened subsequently on Sunbiz may have changed that, but again, of record on the county's records, the applicants are the owners of the property per the last vesting deed of record.
I mean, one part of going through the agenda is making sure that, you know, we're, from my point of view, that we're taking action on active companies in Florida. And I mean, I don't foresee any issues with the items. I mean, there's nobody here to speak about them. They passed unanimously at the planning board, but I do think that's a fair action to take, a very short, just letter of instruction, maybe from you to the county attorney. No new application, just something explaining what that change would be due to is fine with me.
Any issues with that, Allison?
Not at all.
That's not going to
seems
hold,
appropriate.
Adam, that's not going to hold you up or anything?
No, absolutely
Chair
not.
will entertain a
Happy to do
motion.
it.
Yep.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, move to drop 546, bring it back in 2 weeks to the daytime meeting.
Okay, motion is second. Please vote. Thanks for catching that, Commissioner Berry. That was not in our backup, so I appreciate that. Okay, at this point, we're going to do
Is it
I need to move the 547, Mr. Chairman.
I thought you did both of them in that
I
motion.
didn't take them both at the same time.
Okay.
I only said 546. I need to move to drop 547, bring it back to in 2 weeks.
Okay, motion is second on 547. Horace, no issues with that? Bringing that back
No,
2
sir.
weeks?
No, sir.
Okay, cool. All right, at this point, we're going to move into our quasi-judicial, and at this point, Allison Rogers is going to go through it in painstaking detail, how we do this, because it's critically important that we get it right. The losing party will tear this proceeding to shreds. So we're going to dot the i's, cross the t's. So it's going to be like a scene from Groundhog Day. We're going to repeat what we did this morning. Allison, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. For everyone's sake, this is a quasi-judicial hearing because of the nature of what the Board of County Commissioners is being asked to decide. That's sort of a fancy way of just saying that there are certain procedural rules that have to be followed and certain things that we have to put on the record that we may not normally have to put on the record when you see us conducting business at most of our board meetings. So I beg your patience in dealing with some of this because it is a little awkward, I'll give you that, but we're doing it for a reason, and it's to ensure that the record that's created here is sufficient enough for the parties who are involved. There are some things that we're going to need to do. The first of those things that we're going to need to do is we'll go down the line and ask each of the commissioners if they've had a site visit, been speaking with people outside of this proceeding, if they've gotten emails, anything like that. These are not legal or illegal things if they've occurred. That's not my concern. The concern is just making sure the record shows what happened and whether or not it prejudices their ability to listen to the hearing here this evening. Then we'll go forward and allow our staff to make a presentation, and they're going to need to submit that presentation into the record. We may have some expert witnesses, and we'll need to ask the board to consider them as such and that sort of thing. So if you'll just bear with us. Would you like for me to go ahead and go down the road,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
let's do that now.
Okay. With each of you, what I need you to do is, the first question is whether or not you've made a site visit to the property in issue at the 548 public hearing. And then in the second part, if you can please disclose any ex parte communications you've had. And what that means is if you've had communications with folks prior to this hearing here this evening about this matter. That could be a site, that could be a town hall meeting, that could be emails or phone calls, visits with constituents, anything like that, if you could just disclose what that was and what the nature of it was. And then the third question that I need you to answer is whether or not, if you've done anything as a site visit or had ex parte communications, please put in the record whether or not they prejudice your ability to make your decision here this evening based on the evidence in the record before us.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Bender, can you please answer those questions for us?
I would say that I recently drove by as passing through, but without any knowledge of where this was. So, I mean, of course, I drove by, but I didn't look at the site or anything like that. So, no, I have not made a site visit.
Okay, and have you had any ex parte communications? If so, please put those on the record.
I would say that I had talked to the attorney representing the residents and informed him that we could not discuss due to the nature of this hearing. Also, I believe we all received a letter from him, which I have not yet opened, awaiting to, I was going to ask him to just read it into the record tonight.
Okay, and based on either one of those things, do you believe that you are prejudiced in your ability to make your decision on this matter at the hearing based on the record evidence?
I do not.
Commissioner Berry, have you made any site visits?
No.
Have you had any ex parte communications?
I've spoken to the applicant. It's not going to affect my ability to base a decision on the evidence that we hear.
Commissioner May, can you please disclose any site visits?
I've not actually been on the site, but it is my district, and I've driven by the site multiple occasions and driven through the neighborhood.
Okay, and have you had any ex parte communications? If you have, if you'd please just disclose generally what they were and the nature of them.
A brief conversation with the council from Emmanuel Shepherd and Condon Adam, and a conversation with a resident, Ms. Franklin. I also, consistent with my policies of any rezoning, I did have a meeting with the residents, the petitioners, and the citizens at the county, a public meeting which is recorded.
And does either your familiarity with the site or any of your communications prior to this evening prejudice your ability to make your decision on the record evidence here at the hearing this evening?
It does not.
Thank you. Commissioner Underhill, have you had any site visits?
I have not.
Thank you. And have you had any ex parte communications on this item?
No, I have not.
Thank you, sir. And then,
Madam Counsel?
yes, sir.
For the record, I did receive a letter from the Florida House of Representative District, Representative Michelle Salzman from District 1. That's the only email that I received, other than from council.
Does that letter prejudice your ability to base the decision on the evidence at the hearing this evening?
Absolutely not.
And we certainly should make that letter a part of the record this evening, so we can...
Who would you like me to give it to? I
Okay.
think her representative has copies for
I think
everybody.
once we go through all 5 of the commissioners with regards to our outside visits, we can ask to accept that into the record, and then we can go to the staff presentation.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you please would disclose whether or not you've had any site visits?
No site visits, no ex parte communications, and nothing is going to prejudice my ability to make a unbiased decision tonight. Thank you.
Okay, and apparently there is a letter from Michelle Salzman from the, on the House of Representatives letterhead, so I would ask that the board have a motion and vote to accept it into the record of the proceeding.
Chair would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second to accept the letter into the record. Please vote. You know what? Is that easier for you, Delana?
So I can only take 5 motions total on each
Okay.
item in Civic Clerk. So it's up to the board. I can get through the 5 motions and then we can go to hand votes, or we can just...
We'll do hand,
Okay.
we'll do hand motions. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. Okay, that passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Would you allow for Ms. Representative Salzman aid to
Yes,
bring
absolutely.
those
Debbie,
forms?
please come forward. You can, Tim, would you help us out and just grab what she's got there? Thanks. Oh, I thought you had copies for it. Do you want her to read it? Is it okay for her to read it?
She can read it. It would probably be more appropriate that it be in the public participant phase of, that you would read it into the record. I'm just trying to get it foundationally in the record.
Okay.
But I would think that it would be like the citizens, that she would come after the staff presentation and after the applicants.
Very good. Okay, so what is the next step in the process, Madam Attorney?
Okay, so I would recommend that your staff, which does have a backup packet as part of your agenda, so I would ask that we turn it over to staff, allow them to make their presentation. I highly anticipate that they are going to ask that you accept their backup materials, and some of them may ask to be accepted by this board as expert witnesses so they can give opinion
And
testimony
do they need
to
to be
you.
sworn in at this point?
And each witness who gives any testimony does need to be sworn in. Madam Clerk
Delana?
is going to be able to do that. We can do that, we can do all of the staff people at once.
Okay, so what are the total number of staff members that are going to be talking on this? 4 of you? Okay, Chips, all right. She can swear them in together?
She can swear all 4 of them in at once,
All
and
right,
then
let's-
we can allow Horace to take over their presentation.
Fantastic. Delaney, you're recognized.
Gentlemen, please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Very good. Horace,
How
you're
many speakers do we have, Mr. Chairman?
We got 27. 2 minutes each. Horace, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner, Chairman, board members. For tonight, we're going to begin with our 548 public hearing concerning the conditional use determination and the issuance of a recycling permit for an asphalt/concrete crushing, recycling, and processing facility to be located at 8056 North Palafox Highway. So now we're going to turn over to Mr. Andrew Homer. He is going to proceed with the quasi-judicial hearing for the conditional use review presentation before the board. Him and Mr. Tim Day.
Okay, and at this point, Mr. Day, are you going to enter this backup and this recommendation into the record as our attorney has recommended?
Both a PowerPoint and we're going to be referencing all the documents that are linked in the agenda.
Okay, it's your intention to enter that into the record?
Yes, sir.
Does that require a motion of the board?
It does, a motion and a vote, and just so it's crystal clear, this is Mr. Homer.
Yes.
Andrew Homer, and he's been sworn in. Chair would entertain a motion.
So I'll move that all the backup be admitted.
Okay. Is that what we need?
And yes, a second and a vote, and then we can talk about
Okay.
Mr. Homer.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner May seconded it. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Passes unanimously. Okay, you're recognized.
Yes, sir.
And if, Mr. Homer, are you anticipating giving opinion testimony on this matter?
I usually do in conditional use hearings if the board so chooses.
Are you an expert? Okay, does he,
yeah.
now, at this point, explain your background?
Yes, sir.
The fact that you, if you consider yourself an expert in this field.
Yes, sir. Background in geography, 20 years in GIS and urban planning, 16 years with Escambia County, literally hundreds of cases before your BOA and your planning board.
So he qualifies as an expert.
And have they previously accepted you as an expert witness in
Yes.
in the area of planning and growth management?
Yes, both boards have.
Can we, yep.
Second.
Okay, motion and second that we accept Andrew Homer as an expert witness. Please vote aye. Unanimous. Passes unanimous. All right, anything else before he gives his presentation?
Mr. Jones wants to speak.
Yes,
Horace?
yes. Due to the fact there may be some questions that I may need to answer as well as assisting Mr. Homer and Mr. Tim Day need to be sworn in as well.
Oh, you were already sworn
You
in,
were
but.
sworn in.
Okay, as an expert witness. Okay, go ahead and give us your
Yes, sir.
rationale.
My name is Horace Jones. I've been with the planning department for over 20 years. I am the development service director. I have a master's in public administration with a minor in coastal studies. I have been called as an expert witness with the planning board, with the Board of Adjustments, as well as with the circuit courts of Escambia County, Florida, and with the DCA and DEO of Tallahassee as well.
Okay, Chair would entertain a motion. Motion and second, please vote. Aye. No? Yeah, well, okay. We have, any opposed?
Yes.
Okay, we have a 4-1 vote to accept it. Okay. All right, Horace.
Yes,
So
thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Drew. Drew, you're recognized. All right. Oh, wait, Tim, do you want to jump? Okay.
So,
Chips, let's just do them all. Let's
Mr.
do them
Day is going to back me up on
All right.
our PowerPoint slide, so I
Okay.
think we should do that.
all. Yeah, there we
I
go.
was just going to say pleasure of the board, so we get it all out at once.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, go ahead.
I'm Tim Day, Deputy Director for Natural Resource Management. I have a background in animal ecology. I have served for the county for the last 20 years. I've testified in front of the BOA and the Planning Board as an expert in natural resource topics.
Okay. Motion and a second that we accept Tim Day as an expert. All those in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. Unanimous. Chips.
I'm Chips Kirschenfeld, undergraduate and graduate degrees in biology and chemistry, 25 years on the faculty at the University of West Florida, teaching in the environmental sciences department. and 20 years here with Escambia County as Director of the Natural Resources Department.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. All right, now you're recognized, Drew.
Thank you.
Anything else, Allison, before we get going?
I think that should be plenty. Hopefully, we can move along.
All right.
All right, Commissioners, like we do before the BOA, when we have conditional use, we begin by going through a series of maps and a few other slides detailing the basics of what we're doing and property information. And at the time we finish that, we will then go into the staff findings.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And Allison, I should have accessed this morning because it was a question presented to me. And why did this come straight to the board before going to the planning board?
So the code is written in such a way that the conditional use and the permit for recycling activities needs to come to directly to the board. It does not start at the planning board like some of your rezonings and things. It starts with the Board of County Commissioners. It would be appealable directly to the circuit court. So you are the deciding factor here.
Right, I just need clarification for inquiries that came to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug, your lights on? No. Okay. All right, back to you, Tim.
Yes, sir. So here we have our location map. You can see it is on Old Palafox, north of Olive and south of Johnson. 500-foot radius map showing the zoning as heavy commercial, light industrial. The future land use map for the area is industrial. It is also within the Inslee Community Redevelopment Area. This is the aerial map of the site. And I will now move to Mr. Day's portion of that.
All right, Chips.
Commissioners, Tim Day and I, as well as Dr. Ryan Kirby, have put together a few slides to talk about exposure standards, health effects, and examples of hazard reduction activities. Silica dust is known as respirable crystalline silica, and it's part of the PM 2.5, the particulate matter that has health consequences that we'll talk about here in a moment. The 2.5 designates the diameter of these particulates that include silica dust. 2.5 is micrometers in diameter, very microscopic particles. The exposure limits that we'll talk about here tonight are both for short-term exposure. These would be the workers that are exposed for 8 hours a day, as well as the long-term exposure, which would be, for example, the residents that live in adjacent properties. The way that most local governments deal with silica dust and PM 2.5 is through the Land Development Code with setbacks, separation distances, and also minimum lot sizes. As we mentioned, the PM 2.5 and silica dust particles are microscopic. They're smaller than the diameter of a human hair, and they do cause health problems due to this small size. The cilia, the small hair-like particles in our respiratory tracts, typically keep out particulate matter from our lungs. But these particles are so small that they pass right by the body's defenses. They travel deep in the lungs and get directly into the bloodstream, where they can cause these human health issues that I have listed here, including decreased lung function, kidney disease, pulmonary disease, as well as aggravated asthma. And now Tim Day is going to talk about some of the EPA and World Health Organization guidelines dealing with silica as well as the particulate matter PM 2.5.
Thank you, Commissioners. So the table you have in front of you is kind of an increasing level of exposure and kind of relative risks. The very first line, the our timed mean is from an OSHA standard in regards to people that are working on the job. So if they're working on the job, it's safe for them to have an exposure level of 50 micrograms per cubic meter over that 8-hour day. The second line down with the level 35 is actually the standard we used as the baseline of the protective measures we adopted by ordinance 6 or 7 years ago. When you go a little bit further down towards the bottom, you'll see 15 micrograms per cubic meter, and it's an annual mean averaged over 3 years. And what that level is talking about is for the average person, daily exposure, all day long, something that they're living with, is 15. The next line, it drops to 12. What that is a primary. It talks about exposure limits for either children or people that may have some medical impairment that will make them a little more susceptible to impacts from the dust. When you go to the bottom, it's the 20 that starts with 25.5. That is the average that we have for the existing Delta facility over the 6 years we've been monitoring. It's not to say that that's necessarily bad or good, but that is what the data is. This next is a table of all of our monitoring events that have occurred on the site. In this case, there's 6 occurrences where our data collector noted an exceedance of our standard of 35. Later on in the presentation, I'm sure we'll talk about what may have led to these. Since we adopted our ordinance, there's been changes slowly occurring across the country, and we were able to just kind of search and just see what other communities are doing with rock crushing and other types of just, around mining, around crushing activities that are going to cause dust. And the kind of the closest ones we have down in Clay County, Florida, they now have a 500-foot setback between this type of use and residential uses. It's kind of similar in Michigan, kind of 500 feet. What they're trying to do is get enough buffer between this industry and the residential uses to have opportunity for either the dust content to be diluted, or hopefully there would be natural vegetation as a barrier that will help collect it, knock it out of the air. At the bottom, under our current standard, we do provide a required distance, required minimum distance of 20 feet. And that's it for our portion, and we'll go to staff findings.
Commissioner Underhill?
Mr. Chairman, do we want to take questions at the end, or with each staff member as they deliver?
That's a great question. Allison, your recommendation?
Okay, right. So what we need to do at this point is we need to ask the applicant or his counsel if he has questions for any of these 4 staff people at this point.
And will they need to be sworn in as well first?
They're not giving testimony, and I would anticipate that he is represented by counsel.
Yeah,
and
so the
I'm-
counsel, we don't swear in, but the
Correct.
applicant, we don't?
Remember, counsel is just making argument, they're not providing testimony.
Correct.
So counsel for the applicant does have the right, if he wishes, to ask questions. Am I missing something, Mr. Day? You seem to want to...
Just nothing specifically. I was just, Drew's about to continue with the staff presentation. I didn't know if you wanted to break in the middle or catch everything after the presentation has occurred.
We got the impression that you were finished. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, all right, Mr.
Okay.
Homer, if you would, please.
So we'll finish up with staff presentation, then we'll come back to that. All right.
So the next item on here is going to be the staff findings. And I may have to increase the size here so everyone can read. So for every conditional use, your staff does findings based on the criteria the code provides. So what I'm going to do is just go through them one by one and tell you what our findings are. The authority for this is found in the Land Development Code, Section 3-211C5D. And you can see on the second section there, it says conditional use determination for any of these solid waste facilities shall be made by the BCC in lieu of any hearing before the BOA. It then continues with the 4 specific use-specific criteria. Those are going to be addressed in our last item in the findings. So the first criterion, this is general compatibility. In here we have from our comprehensive plan and from our land development code, our descriptions of what is incompatible development. The findings for this are: the proposed use is in an area of mixed residential, commercial, and warehouse uses. The adjoining parcels are residential to the north and a mix of office and warehouse uses to the south. The residential uses appear to predate zoning. It would not be expected in an area more aligned with the uses of heavy commercial light industrial. During the development review process, the applicant provided a compatibility analysis detailing the surrounding uses and traffic impacts. While the LDC provides use-specific performance standards to reduce the impacts of this type of operation, the immediate proximity to the existing residential uses means compatibility cannot be guaranteed. This type of facility is known to generate noise due to the nature of the actual concrete crushing, as well as heavy equipment operation and their associated backup beepers. Fugitive dust is known to be produced from the material loading and handling processes, the stockpile area, and during the crushing operation. Ground vibration is reasonably expected to occur associated with loaded heavy equipment moving and transporting materials near the property line. These off-site impacts are not compatible with existing residential use. In summary, the location of the proposed industrial type of use and its operations, with the potential for a litany of adverse impacts to the existing established residential development, appears to support the definition of incompatible development as stated above in the comp plan of Escambia County and the Land Development Code. Criterion B, facilities and services. The proposed use will require water and sewer services that are available through ECUA. Criterion C, this deals with on-site circulation, ingress, and egress from the property. This proposal includes a single driveway and a new left turn lane connection with North Palafox. A traffic analysis was included in the package for DRC review prior to the issuance of a development order. County staff found this project to have adequate ingress and egress. Criterion D, this is nuisances and hazards. We have the section here from Chapter 82 of our Code of Ordinances, which deals with landfills and other disposal facilities. And it includes the explanation there of what is considered for these uses to be nuisances associated, Findings on that. The applicant is proposing to operate during daylight hours only and to conduct the crushing away from residential uses. The predicted levels of nuisances and hazards are within levels expected within the zoning category HCLI. However, they are not compatible with the adjacent residential use. The Environmental Protection Agency's National Ambient Air Quality Standards for long-term exposure to PM 2.5 is 12 to 15 micrograms per cubic meter. The average existing monitoring data for the current Delta facility over the life of the county monitoring exceeds this standard. For the proposed location, a dust suppression plan has been submitted with the expectation that county staff will periodically inspect for noise levels and airborne particulates. These proposed measures will not mitigate all nuisance conditions. The expected levels of noise and fugitive dust from the operation is not compatible with the existing adjacent residential use. Criterion E, solid waste. The operator will be responsible for locating and screening dumpsters in accordance with the approved site plan. Criterion F, screening and buffering. The LDC requires buffering against the adjacent residential uses, and the plan calls for supplementing a natural 20-foot wide landscape buffer with additional plantings as needed to provide the buffer function. Criterion G, signs and lighting. The proposal for this site details lighting that will be directed inward. Criterion H, site characteristics. The submitted site plan shows the size and shape of the parcel to be adequate for the type of use, except for the proximity to the existing residential uses. Criterion I, these are the specific use requirements for this one use. and that is the one that I had mentioned in the beginning, LDC Section 3-211C5D. It has 4. 1, trucks have adequate access to and from the site. This criterion was reviewed during the DRC process and found to be met by this proposed plan. 2, deals with the scale, intensity, and operation of the use and creation of unreasonable noise, traffic, odors, dust, or other potential nuisances. Strict adherence to the required performance standards will not alleviate all nuisances associated with the use given the proximity to residential uses. 3, the processing of materials will be completely within enclosed buildings unless otherwise approved by the BCC. The crushing operation, proposed crushing operation, will occur within the enclosed trailer brought to the site. 4, the plan, these are practices for protecting adjacent land and resources, treating stormwater. The submitted plan includes details to meet this criterion. As to the findings, staff recommends denial of the conditional use as submitted due to the proximity to residential uses and the potential for related conflicts. Specifically, staff finds that the criteria A, D, H, and I-2 are not met. And that concludes staff's findings.
So,
At this point, we should entertain questions from the petitioner and his counsel.
correct. My advice would be that counsel to the applicant could ask questions of any of these 4 staff people who have testified so far.
Okay. So when you come to the mic, introduce yourself and identify who you are in this transaction.
Yes, sir. My name is Philip Pugh. I'm an attorney. I represent the applicant in this case.
Okay.
Ms. Rogers, procedurally, should I sit and have them come up, or should I ask? It's a little bit awkward.
It is a little awkward. I don't know if that microphone there is on, but maybe the staff people could sit
Yeah, that might
at
be a
that
good idea.
microphone.
Sure, that'd be fine. Can they control this presentation from there? I want to ask a couple questions about some of the things that were put up.
I can assure you, I don't know the IT answer.
Well, yeah, so Drew, we'll keep Drew up there at the podium with you, sir, because he can control it from there, and then we'll have Chips, Tim, and Horace down here at the table. You appreciate it. Thanks.
Mr. Pugh, you just need to make sure that you indicate in your comments who you're asking the question of so that it's very clear what we're doing.
Sure. This question, let me start with Mr. Jones. I've got a couple questions for you, Mr. Jones. Am I correct in saying that Development Review Committee has reviewed an application and issued a development order in this case?
There is a development order that has been reviewed. However, there's a special project condition because of the provision of the Land Development Code that states specifically that there must be a permit to be issued, but the permit got to come from the board. There's a special project condition that says this development order is approved contingent upon, again, contingent upon the approval of the permit. What that means that if the BCC deny the issuance of this permit, that development order becomes null and void. That is in the backup for your reading, for the record.
My question was, did the DRC approve the development order? I understand there's a contingency. They did approve the development order, correct?
To answer your question, they reviewed it, but it was not approved. The performance standards, they did review some of the performance standards, but it was not approved until the BCC make this determination either to approve or deny.
That's right. It's contingent on the conditional use, and it's conditioned upon issuance of a permit by this board.
Yes.
Okay, we're on the same page. Am I correct in saying that in the DRC process, the applicant submitted a compatibility analysis?
Yes, that's in the backup, yes.
They submitted a site-specific study with an environmental study and an architectural assessment?
Yes, that's in the backup, yes.
A traffic study?
That's in the compatibility analysis in the backup, yes.
A dust suppression plan?
That's in the backup, yes.
And an operations report?
That's in the backup, yes.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that the staff's opposition to the approval of the permit and the conditional use is based on concern about primarily dust, silica emanating from the site? Is that right?
It is primarily concerned with compatibility with this type of facility that these type of uses would generate, yes, that is a concern of staff aware, the compatibility of it.
Okay. Other than dust or noise, what other compatibility issues do you have in mind?
As stated in the staff findings, there could be noise issues, there could be silica dust issues, there could be just the noise, the dust, and those other environmental health issues that it is to believe that environmental review has already stated in their presentation.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Jones. I appreciate it. I do have some questions for Mr. Day, I believe. I'd like to pull up, Mr. Day gave a presentation that addressed some of the readings. Thank you, Mr. Day.
While he's doing that, Allison, is it appropriate if there's a question that's improper for you to stand in as their attorney and their advocate?
No, I sit with the board, and
That's what I thought. So who's backing them up if one of these questions is?
they traditionally do this before the BOA, normally without counsel advising them. So this was, they're doing what
Okay.
they do.
So you couldn't intervene if there was a question you thought was inappropriate?
I can intervene as part of
I believe
the-
they should have an attorney for that.
Well, I mean, I understand. Mr. Chairman, you and I, between the two of us, certainly have the ability to jump in and, for purpose of either the order or for any inappropriateness, to jump in.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It's right there. Just throw something at me if I need to.
Mr. Day, what I have up here on the board comes from the backup materials, I believe. You presented to the board a chart that showed some readings for silica dust and some that were over the limit. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did those come from the same set of data that we see in this chart here?
Yes.
Okay. Did your office take these measurements?
Yes.
Can you tell us, I see two different columns there. There's a downwind and an upwind column. Are you taking measurements with wind coming into the plant and then again with wind coming out of the plant? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
We'll take it from cardinal points, right where the wind enters the facility.
Right.
Go directly downwind from that location and take samples from the downwind.
So you should be getting it on one side and on the other, and you're getting the same air coming through, so we see what it was before, what it was after. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And these came from the former site, not the current site where they're going to be moving to. Is that right?
That is correct.
So what we should here is learn about what the plant, and I say plant, but the facility is doing to the air. Is that right, as compared to the background?
It would be the impacts from the operation.
Okay. Let me ask you to go down to, let's take a look at that chart. Do you see the very first reading that has a measurement in the upwind column? It says 14 on 12/12/2017. Did I read that right? Oh, very good, thank you. See this right here?
Yes, sir.
Am I right in saying that the measurement coming into the plant was 14 that day?
That's what it appears to say,
And
yes.
13 coming out?
That's how the data is reported, yes,
That is
sir.
to say, it was cleaner after it left the facility than as it came in?
It shows a reduction in the PM 2.5.
Okay. The next time you checked it, it was absolutely identical?
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes.
The next time you checked it, it was cleaner coming out of the facility than going in. Is that right?
Upwind, yes, sir.
You know how many of these measurements actually show that the air is cleaner coming out than going in?
I do not sitting right
You would
here at
agree
the
with me that it happened here on November 6th of 2019, right?
Yes.
And again on January of 2020 by an extensive margin. Is that right?
I would agree.
And in June of 2020?
Yes.
And in August of 2020? Is that right?
Yes.
All right. The air was cleaner coming out of the plant than going in February of 2021, right?
Yes.
And dropped from 8 to 2 coming through the plant in June of 2021, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Why then do you or do you have the opinion that the plant is dirtying the air?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What's the average background in that area right there? Do you have an average?
I haven't calculated it.
Okay. What was the maximum that you should have in that an individual should experience? You said just someone living in the area.
Of course, it would depend on level of exposure.
Yeah.
But based on the EPA ambient conditions, we would say no more than probably 12 to 15 micrograms per cubic meter.
Okay. So at the current site, upwind of the facility, it exceeds that in almost every measurement, does it not?
It appears that way.
And you would agree with me that on numerous occasions, the air is cleaner coming out of the plant than going in, right?
Well, I would say that those readings are placed over a period of 2 hours. So the upwind sample would be taken for an hour continuously, just like the downwind sample is taken for an hour continuously.
Sure.
I can't think of a time where the wind blows consistently for a period of 2 hours in which we're not going to have some fluctuation within the direction of the wind.
I'm sorry. The wind may change, but you're getting cleaner readings on the downwind side on numerous occasions, aren't you?
No, I'm getting lower readings on the downwind side.
Lower readings. That's right. Less
Correct.
silica. Okay. All right.
Based on wind direction.
This also shows noise levels, right?
It does.
Did the facility ever fail a noise test in this entire time?
It did not.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Allison, next steps?
So I would say that if we have anyone who considers themselves, yes, Mr. Day?
Can I continue my response?
If your answer to his question is not finished, of course you can.
No, that's not.
If we have anybody here who considers themselves to be a party to this proceeding, they can then ask questions of these 4 staff people. A party is not simply a neighbor or someone with an opinion. It's someone with a larger interest than that. Is there anyone who believes they're a party? If so, they can ask these 4 staff people questions. And if there's no one who has identified themselves, which I don't see anyone, so then I would say if any of the 5 commissioners have questions of our staff people at this point, this would be the appropriate opportunity for
Okay.
that.
The chair would entertain questions from my peers on the board. I don't see any lights on. Commissioner Underhill, you're recognized.
Mr. Day, clearly the council has started to formulate a story based on this information, and he makes a pretty compelling one, based on what we were able to see just then. That in many cases, he kept using the term cleaner. Obviously, the correct term would be lower particulate matter. I think you corrected that a couple of times, but okay, we can use the term cleaner if we understand that it's synonymous with that. How do you account for the fact that your readings appear to be showing lower particulate matters for the air coming out of the facility than going into the facility in roughly the same time frame?
For the most part, it would be differences in wind direction.
Okay. And does that, when we see those, a considerable number of these where the particulate matter, the measured particulate matter at that particular location at that particular time appears to be, and obviously that's very incomplete data, so that's why I'm using the word appears to be, appears to be that there is a lower particulate count in the air coming out of the facility. Is it your opinion your professional opinion, that indicates that the facility is not producing particulate matters that are leaving the perimeter of the area?
No, that's not my opinion. There's definitely a level of particulate matter that is produced. The challenge would be ongoing, case by case through the individual data sheets. We could have a potential reading that began and perhaps they kicked the sprinklers on because it was that time of the day for them to start watering piles, or other measures that could also intercept particulate matter that may have been leaving the site. there's a number of reasons that could lead to the data as it is. But I would represent to you that, what's important is in most of these occurrences, we have some level of dust leaving the site. And although there is, as we talked about the background, our background level may be at or exceed the recommendations out of EPA. The concern from staff is that we are adding a facility potentially next to a residential area that's going to contribute to increased levels of dust, which may increase harmful impacts on the population next to it.
Okay, and so just to clarify, the data that we have on the sheet in front of us for each of those two columns is the data collected during 1 hour of a day, correct, for each column?
For 1 hour each column, yes, sir.
But the particulate numbers that are being, that are being considered safer, whatever, by the EPA, those are for particulate amounts over a 24-hour period, correct? They're daily exposures?
24-hour exposure over 3 years.
Or 8 for the OSHA one, correct?
Yeah, the OSHA is an 8-hour exposure.
Okay. So it's reasonable to believe that on any of these given days outside of the hour that was being measured, the numbers could have been higher or lower, and the overall daily exposure may be considerably different than what was captured in these
Yes,
columns?
absolutely.
Copy. All right. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Bender, you're recognized.
Thank you. So it says that in this document here that county permitted recycling facilities are required to provide written notification via email at least 2 business days prior to beginning any crushing activities. WQLM conducts a particulate monitoring of every county permitted recycling facility upon receiving written notification, but also at a minimum of once per quarter regardless of site activity. So does that mean that every time there was crushing going on that the monitors were out there, or were there days that crushing was taking place and there was no monitoring?
There are definitely days that crushing was happening without monitoring. I do not know how many times this facility notified our office that they intended to crush on a particular day.
Commissioner May and then Commissioner Underhill.
Go ahead, Commissioner
I
Underhill.
just want to follow up on that. If I'm understanding correctly, though, it was this facility's requirement to notify us every time that they were going to crush.
As a part of their permit, yes.
Yes. And am I understanding your testimony that there were times that crushing took place that we were not in fact notified?
That's something I would have to confirm. To my knowledge, it may have happened, but I will need to confirm whether that would be a true statement or not.
And there's no way to tell from the information, or there's nothing that I'm seeing here on it that would tell me which days of these monitoring crushing was taking place at that time. I mean, obviously you could infer that the larger numbers had crushing involved, but.
It's not on this table. However, on the county website, it does reflect the information day by day, whether the facility was crushing or not crushing in regards to the data collected.
Okay. So, Madam Council, how do shouldn't that be a part of our record?
We can provide it.
We can certainly put it in the record by board action.
Okay. I think it would be an important part of to be able to determine the impact on the community of the crushing activity, to know what those numbers look like during crushing. So, Mr. Chairman, if it would please the board.
Sure. Is that something they can readily is this something you can readily punch up, Tim?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead.
It's fully public data.
So how many days?
Wait, I'll stop. Allison.
When he locates it, I would suggest that we do a motion and a vote to make it a part of
the
this record.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's what we'll do. All right.
I was just asking, what's the question, Mr. Chairman? What question is Doug asking? That's what I wanted to know.
So my concern is that the data that was in front of us does not articulate which days the data was collected where crushing was taking place. So it's it gives us a lot of measurements about the community, but it doesn't give us a measurement specifically about the impact of crushing on the quality of air in the community at the time of crushing. I believe that the data now that we have in front of us does give us that information, Tim?
Commissioner, I've got to apologize. This looks like it's been updated where I don't have that data right here.
So that, Doug, that's showing us
So
how many
it's-
days,
it's-
how many
it's-
days they were crushing?
It's available, but I will have to produce it.
Allison, what does that do for us at this particular?
I mean, if it's something that, I don't know how locatable it is, if it's possible to find it during this hearing, then you can certainly come back to that. Or if it's something that you absolutely can't go forward without, then, you know, you have to
Doug, that's a
determine.
question.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's very valuable to have that information in the record. So I think that we could intelligently move forward in the proceeding if we can just direct a staff member to locate that and then
bring it back.
Bring it back to us to be read into the record when that information is found.
Tim, is there someone who could do that right now, that you could make a call or?
It's, it may take me just a minute. Is it possible to be excused briefly if there aren't any additional questions?
Absolutely. He's sworn in and he can testify at any point during the hearing.
Okay, so you're going to go see if you can.
It's-
Yeah. Go ahead, Robert, did you have something for him?
Yes, so on one of the dates that on 8/4 where it exceeded, it says the facility was resampled on August 5th, 2021 due to exceedance observed previous day. It appears that's the only monitoring date that had back-to-back dates. So were there any other dates that crushing activities were performed back-to-back dates, or because, you know, of course, there were other dates that exceeded the levels, but there was not additional testing done the next day. So curious as to.
So on 9/12 of 2019, which is not on that, we actually allowed them to make corrective action and then resampled it the same day.
And both of those were in
Yes,
exceeded
they
the
had
limit.
exceeded. Two of the dates, 9/9/21 and 1/27 of 22, we noted that the background itself exceeded 35.
But again, are we aware of any other, I mean, days that they've crushed back-to-back days?
I don't specifically know. When they are busy, they'll operate several days out of the week. I do know that.
Okay, so this is not all-encompassing then?
This is not all-encompassing.
That was sort of my
It's-
first question.
In
was-
general, our monitoring of these crushing operations up
spot.
until around 2019 was a minimum of once a quarter, unless we were notified they were going to be crushing, and then we would mobilize to go get it while they're working. In 2019, the minimum changed to at least twice a quarter. And if we had notification that they were crushing, we would make an effort to be out there while they were working.
Okay, but it sounds like it's multiple times a week that they could be doing it then, right? So, I mean, if they give you a notification, they could say, we're crushing this week, but we're out there for one day.
That would be correct. We're trying to sample both on a crushing day and non-crushing days, because there's a certain amount of dust that gets during the process when they're crushing that could generate dust. Mostly it has to do with handling of the materials. The crusher itself does use a lot of water sprays to help keep dust down. But when you have a facility that does this outside storage, in particular once the material's processed, you could have as much or more dust come off of these stockpiles if they're not properly watered than during the actual crushing
I mean,
operations.
could it be beneficial to indicate when crushing operations were, I mean, I don't.
The data is readily available, I just need to get it.
Okay.
If that
I'm
would
just
be
not seeing that
before-
in this chart of what was crushing day, what wasn't.
Correct.
Robert, I would like to ask Tim one question. Don't want to step on your toes, but it is kind of fascinating that the air going in, for lack of a better term, on many of these days has a higher concentration than going out. What else could be causing that? Is it simply only the silica dust? Is that the only thing that you're measuring, or could that be some other environmental factor that's dirtier, for lack of a better word, or a higher concentration going in than coming out?
So the monitor's measuring for PM 2.5. Silica dust is a component of it.
What else could be causing that?
We will get high levels of it. Say if we had a wildfire on Garcon Point where it was blowing across, it'll pick up that particulate matter, and the background will get very.
What about diesel trucks or automobile emissions?
You will get it from diesel trucks, especially older ones. Absolutely.
Okay. So if there are a lot of trucks going up and down the road, you would have potentially a high concentration of that PM2 before it ever even hits their site, and that could that account for these higher readings?
It could be a potential. The current operational site is immediately next to I-10.
Okay. Sorry, Robert. I just wanted to get that question.
Actually, I piggyback off something you asked, though. Could some of the things that they're doing to mediate or, like the water or things like that, could that capture some of those particles that are going through?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, that could be an explanation of that some of the other things that they're doing to limit that as it passes through the site, it does get caught in those, if they're operating.
Certainly, if you were running a sprinkler system that was cascading over their piles, the span over the pile certainly would have the opportunity to capture and trap background PM 2.5.
Thank you.
I haven't seen a copy of it yet. Commissioner May, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, thank you. Tim, I didn't mean, what's the amount of days that someone could crush at the existing site? And
On these approved sites, there are no limits.
So they can crush 5 days a week, 7 days a week?
Potentially, I think 6 days a week under the permit. Very seldom do we see weekend work on those that are crushing. The only place that does limit is the board has a second permit for temporary crushing, like for a site-specific, say a concrete batch plant needs to get rid of some slag that's accumulated over a year. They may crush 7 or 10 days.
So they can crush without informing you once they get initial permit. They can crush anytime they like.
They should still be providing us some form of notification if it's a very active facility. To me, I think it would be adequate not to, give us an email every day that says we're crushing tomorrow. But if they know they're going to be active over a period of several weeks, that they expect to be crushing, 4 days out of 5 on the work days for the next several weeks, I think that would be adequate for a notification to make sure we're out there and verify that the BMPs are working correctly.
All right. And so do we have any data or any complaints of any concrete crushing where it violated the noise ordinance?
It's the noise complaints that we will get from this type of operation. The crusher itself, you would intuitively think is very loud. It's not terribly loud. Most of the complaints we will get is actually from the heavy equipment operating around it. With dump trucks, it could be the tailgate banging, any of the heavy equipment. Once they back up, the backup beepers go. It's
that
more,
in theory, a tractor or a truck would certainly exceed the decibel of a noise ordinance in a residential neighborhood, correct?
Well, and so that's the important distinction for this for compatibility. And the reason it is because every noise that we're talking about, once this site is up and operational, is a perfectly legal noise. You can call me to have code enforcement go look at it, and I'm going to.
What do you mean by legal noise?
It doesn't break our noise ordinance. Being an industrial site, they're allowed up to 95 decibels. And so this is the opportunity for the board because it's a conditional use. This isn't a guaranteed use for this site. It's conditional with board approval.
So even if it exceeds the decibels that required by ordinance, you're saying that it's permissible?
If this site is approved for this use, those noises would be permissible, yes. Because
but if a neighbor, and so I'm not actually an attorney, but if a neighbor is having a party with the DJ and it exceeds the noise, code enforcement would enforce that noise, correct?
Typically, it's a sheriff's department, but
that would be a violation.
In our noise ordinance, things like the backup beepers, because they're for safety, are typically fully exempted. So when they fire up at the morning, at whatever time they're lawfully able to fire up, the normal noise associated with this operation only has to be below 95 decibels, which is exceedingly loud.
So what would be the decibels if I was having a cookout in my backyard?
It comes down to time of day, because during normal days in your background barbecue, you can get pretty rowdy up until about 10 o'clock at night. Or it might be 11, I apologize. But it's...
And again, what would be that decibel count in my backyard? Lexington Terrace, if they're having a Sunday cookout, what is the decibel?
The way we're written, it's going to be at the discretion of the sheriff's department.
All right, that's fine, at discretion. Okay, Chips, and so you kind of talked about the particles and how small they are. And so I guess the particles of silica is 100 times smaller than sand. I mean, you made a reference to how small these particles are. How small are they?
2.5 micrometers in diameter. You can't see them. They're microscopic.
So being microscopic, I mean, so what are the ways in which these particles could leave the site?
They're carried by wind, and I would like to add one other thought just to follow up on a question. The attorney was asking and pointed out about some of the data where the upwind samples were higher than the downwind samples. There were 9 out of the 40 samples that were taken where that was the case. The majority, the preponderance of the data, 31 out of the 40 data sets, show that the downwind site was higher in PM 2.5 than the upwind site. So with any data, of course, you can cherry pick, the ones that you want to try to tell a story. But when 31 out of 40, over 75% of the data sets show that this facility is contributing and adding to the PM 2.5 levels that are leaving the sites. Remember, the downwind readings are taken at the fence line where it's leaving the site. So 75% of the data sets show that there was a contribution, an addition to the PM 2.5 levels leaving the site that could potentially be transported into a residential neighborhood.
So, Chip, is it fair to say that, is there data to support that prolonged exposure to silica causes chronic pulmonary diseases such as emphysema, asthma, bronchitis?
Yes, sir. Our review of peer-reviewed literature, the documentation that we could find, and Dr. Ryan Kirby, who is our resiliency program manager, did most of this literature review. That is one of the health consequences, COPD, of exposure to PM 2.5.
So, I mean, you're the scientist, I'm not. I mean, but would it be reasonable to say that the combination of silica dust and diesel fuels are harmful to humans?
Yes, sir.
Final question. What do we do with the runoff water, and if there is water suppression, are trucks and all vehicles that enter that site, are they all washed down before they leave the site?
This site was not paved, the site where this monitoring was occurring. So absolutely vehicle traffic is going to resuspend some of that dust into the atmosphere, and that certainly can contribute to the downwind loads.
So even with the most sophisticated suppression, what percentage of silica do you think remains on the site after concrete crushing?
Well, Commissioner, just keep in mind that silica in and of itself, the element silica, is not carcinogenic, it's not toxic, it's not hazardous. It's not a human health issue until it's pulverized or crushed and into real fine PM 2.5 particle size, and it's inhaled. That's when the human health effects occur. So, you know, those are the issues that we found in the peer-reviewed literature, was dealing with the very fine particulate matter. When it's inhaled, it gets through the body's defenses, deep into the lung tissue, and directly into the bloodstream. And that's when the human health effects occur.
And once it's inhaled into the human body, you know, I mean, I guess the data supports, you know, the emphysema and bronchitis and asthma, but from what I read, it's irreversible, correct, once the lungs are damaged?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Doug, your light's on.
Yeah, I'm trying to, on the noise side, Mr. Day, you'd mentioned that because it's industrial, once it's permitted, they're allowed to produce noises up to, I think you said 95 decibels? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we're considering, the staff is recommending disapproval, saying that this is, because it's adjacent to and so close to residential, that noise is one of the contributing factors to why you're recommending what you are. Is that correct?
Yes, recommended denial.
What is the decibel level that is tolerated under our ordinances for residential areas? You said we've got a clear-cut 95 for industrial. What is it for residential?
Drew's going to check it. It's set in the LDC.
70?
He'll confirm exactly what it is.
And if I may, Commissioner.
Of course.
This is why, as a planner who have researched many ordinances and many provisions from other local communities, this is why the compatibility argument is so important to be made, because these type of facilities, they are industrial type facilities, and they are not supposed to be close to residential type structures. If you look at the map that has been presented, you can see what this type of facility is borderline close to that residential established. That's why the compatibility argument, the close proximity, from my planning studies and ordinances, that's why if you look at one of the slides that Tim had presented, it gave a distance criteria, and the map is showing that this would be right next door to an well-established neighborhood. And that is the definition as supported by a comprehensive plan of will it be detrimental to surrounding properties. And that is the definition, plain language definition of the code of incompatibility. As you can see from the map, it's right there. And again, this is an industrial type operation. And the closeness to that, it can't help a layman person, a reasonable person said that there's going to be some type of nuisance activity as defined in Chapter 82 that will certainly impact those neighborhoods which are directly close proximity to it.
Allison, when we find out what the decibel level is for the residential, do we need to take a vote to, or can we just?
No, they can testify to that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Chip, I still didn't get clarity for my answer. In terms of water runoff, what type of filtration? I mean, because even if it's captured in a holding pond, the seepage, I mean,
beyond that physical site. In my mind, if it's not a lined pond, I mean, could seep, I mean, how do you control that, and what's the filtration process?
Right, and through the DRC process, of course, stormwater treatment is going to be required for the impervious surfaces. But in many cases, sites like this don't have asphalt or concrete. And so if there are few or if any impervious surfaces, if there are few paved surfaces, then very little, if any, stormwater treatment is going to be required. So to your question, is there runoff from the site? Yes, probably. And is that runoff going to include this real fine particulate matter, this PM 2.5? Yes. And is it going to have an impact in creeks or streams or water bodies? Yes. There are many filter feeders in our water bodies. The gills of fish, the filter feeders like clams or oysters. And that very fine particulate matter can clog the gills and cause death. So there is that impact downstream of this fine particulate matter on those aquatic organisms.
Well, thank you, Chip. And, you know, as a precedent, and as it does not relate to this, but we have the third largest relocation in America at the Supersonic site because of groundwater contamination that went and relocated thousands of people. And the residents of Wedgwood, we have evidence of things from landfills of groundwater contamination, and that's why we're spending millions of dollars of studies right now. So I would certainly love clarity on how do you contain that, because if it's 100 times smaller than a grain of sand, and it's being washed down, I would want to know exactly how is it contained to that site. That's a critical health issue if we've already established that it causes COPD, it causes all of these breathing issues. I mean, I would love to see the science of how it's retained on site. Right? And I guess that's a scientific question.
And truck traffic coming and leaving sites is also a vehicle by which fine particulate matter leaves a site. That's why usually there's a requirement for a track out system, you know, some sort of vibrator or grates that trucks would have to drive over to knock off that fine dust before they get out on the roadway. Because if you don't, then you have that particulate matter all up and down the roadway tracking off the site. And then that can blow or wash into environmentally sensitive habitats also.
Right. Yeah, and I would like to know, Chip, I don't even know what the washdown policy is of vehicles entering or exiting of the facility, but I know that if I wash my truck, I probably did not wash underneath the bottom of the hood, and as I drive down the road, the dust would blow off as I accelerated.
Right.
And so I don't understand how it would be contained.
And going back to what Tim and Horace and Drew were saying, that's why these types of facilities are well suited for an industrial area, far removed from residential areas, because the residential areas, because people live there 24 hours a day versus workers that are there 8 hours a day, they're going to be exposed 3 times as long to the particulate matter versus, you know, a worker that comes and goes. And typically, the workers are wearing a mask or respiratory equipment to protect themselves as required by OSHA, whereas residents, you know, maybe don't know that they should do that or feel like they shouldn't have to if they've lived somewhere for 30 or 40 years.
Absolutely. And that's, I guess, Chip, what you kind of refer to as a prolonged exposure, which is causes the long-term health implications and even death sometimes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Tim, did you have something to report on the noise?
So on noise, we've got to kind of go backwards to get to residential. In the Land Development Code, Section 9-5.2, adverse offsite impacts. So for industrial, as we talked earlier, it's 95 decibels. For commercial or our tourist areas, the maximum is 75 decibels. And for manufacturing, it needs to be 60. So we don't have a direct residential. However,
Well, the residents that I represent are not going to be treated better than tourists that visit our town.
it's kind of off tonight's topic slightly, but in section 4265 of the County Code of Ordinances, subsection F talks about loudspeakers, amplifiers, public address systems, and similar devices. It does not send a decibel reading. It just talks about unreasonably loud use of operation of these things.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I don't have a set standard for.
But of the numbers that do show up, 60 decibels is the lowest of all of the standards that are there, correct?
That is correct.
Can you pull back up the slide that you had up here before that had the decibel numbers? The historical decibel numbers off of the site?
I'm going to get back to the.
Yeah, they range around 60, a little bit plus or minus.
So the actual recorded noise that we have here, many of them, I mean, you have a couple of exceedances. Most of the exceedances are only by a decibel or two, which is undiscernible for the most part. But you've got, like, see, 66 seems to be the highest one. So
correct. Those are also 1 hour averages. So it's a mixture of the normal operation, including, periods where maybe they shut down briefly, possibly during that hour, or they may be highly active and you have, more noise than normal. So it's, once again, those would be 1 hour averages, not individual incidences of noise.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Allison, what's the next steps?
Mr. Pugh, on behalf of the applicant, has the opportunity to make his presentation, and if you're providing any testimony, just remember we need to swear them in.
Before we move on, I've got a couple of follow-up questions, if I may. Mr. Day.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the sound, what was that the lowest decibel you found? You said a tourist area was limited to what?
No. Actually, the tourist was slightly higher.
Okay.
It was an industrial manufacturing. Yeah. For a manufacturing use, it would be 60.
So for a manufacturing use, it would be 60?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Here, we're in an industrial future land use, right?
Yes.
And a heavy commercial, light industrial current zoning, right?
You are correct.
All right. Am I correct? All right. The facility you're measuring right there is next to the interstate, is it not?
It is.
And yet the highest reading you've ever gotten was 66, is that right?
The highest average reading, not individual noise.
That's right. And that average includes the interstate noise next door, right?
It certainly could include adjacent noise from the interstate.
All right, I want to turn to the drainage. You had some questions about the drainage I want to follow up on. Mr. Jones, they submitted a drainage plan with it's going to be in your packet, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And that plan is designed to keep as much water on the site as possible, right?
Yes, to retain its own stormwater, yes.
It has to retain its own stormwater? Yes. Okay. And that was reviewed and approved in the DRC process, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And can we go back? Can we get back to the? Oh, here it is, right here. Mr. Day, am I correct in saying there is the dust suppression plan that's in place now? That includes wetting everything down during the day, right? Wetting all those piles down that you talked about.
Yes, it does. They have an approved plan in which they will also wet down piles.
Okay. All right. Now, it's your belief that this crushing facility is going to pollute the air with silica dust, right?
No, it's what I'm saying is the nature of this operation, it's inevitable that we are going to have a certain amount of PM 2.5 dust that will leave the site.
Okay, that's a fair way to say it. So that's your belief going into this, correct?
Correct, and I believe the data also supports that.
Okay, and we went through some of that data, and there were at least 25%, I think we decided, of the measurements that went the other way. Is that not right?
If you're referring to the data showing upwind and downwind having differences.
Differences on the
Yes,
downwind
8.
side. All right. You don't trust that data because you mentioned there was some maybe changes in the wind or different things that could happen. Is that right?
No, I trust the data completely.
Okay, so you trust the data that indicates that,
correct.
in
The
fact,
reading is the
Hold on,
reading.
let me finish my question. You trust the data that indicates that the air coming out of the plant had a lower silica than the air going into the plant?
I trust that each of those individual 1-hour averages are correct.
All right.
Regardless of wind direction.
Regardless of wind direction. All right. Then I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Allison, when Mr. Pugh comes forward, does he need to be sworn in?
Mr. Pugh has the opportunity to make his presentation. He does not need to be sworn in, but if he is going to be presenting witness testimony as part of his presentation, those witnesses need to be sworn in.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for hearing from us. As I said, I'm Philip Pugh. I'm here for Delta Contractors. A little bit of background, I think, is important here. This site has been in place for a long time. They've employed a number of people here in the community. They're in place next to the interstate right now. That facility is going away. The DOT is conducting eminent domain proceedings, and they're looking to move it somewhere else. They're looking to move a half-mile down the road. And we're here today because after the DRC approval of everything that was submitted, we need your permit. We need a conditional use to allow this to go forward in this heavy commercial, light industrial zone. As I said, I think we've seen in the evidence so far, we have provided to the county a compatibility analysis, a site-specific study, a traffic study, a dust suppression plan, an operations report, all of which was accepted by the DRC. They have issued an order that indicates that there's some limitations on the number of hours that my clients can operate. They have no problem with that. There's requirements for buffering to protect the neighbors to the north. Again, they have no problem with that. We're going to engage in that and do the best we can there to minimize the effects. As Mr. Jones indicated, they're going to push the facility as far to the south as they can to get away from that. With that being said, I would ask this body to consider the materials that have been provided as competent, substantial evidence that this is in fact a properly compatible use for a heavy commercial, light industrial situation. And I'm going to introduce to you here in a moment the engineer of record, Jerry McGuire. I'm going to ask you to accept him as an expert. I think most of you probably know Mr. McGuire. He's in front of the board a lot for various projects. He can speak to the specifics of the various things that they've done in order to try to absolutely minimize the effects on any neighbors. I'm going to let you hear from Mr. Godwin, who I'm sure can answer a lot of questions for you. That'll conclude my portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Pugh. So who's going to come up first of the two? Jerry McGuire? We swear him in, Allison?
Needs to be sworn in and then tendered as an expert. I would, Delana can swear him in.
Mr. McGuire, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. McGuire, do you consider yourself an expert?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just give us a brief history so we can take a vote on it.
Yeah, I've been engineer for 41 years, primarily in Escambia, Santa Rosa County, Alabama. I got my degree from the University of Florida in civil engineering. Been in business with different folks. I've had my own business the last 26 years in Santa Rosa County, Escambia County.
Okay, Chair would entertain a motion on it.
Second.
Motion second. All those in support, please raise your hand. Okay, unanimous support. You're an expert. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, sir. No, I'm the engineer of record on this project, quite a few projects. I did the original facility that Delta Contractors owns half a mile south. And I also did the engineering on this, kind of went through a process because of COVID last year, or year before, I guess now. And you know, you couldn't get a lot of things done because you couldn't get with staff. I couldn't get out sometimes too myself. But we complied with the code, and that's why the development order that's in place has been issued. We understand there is a condition that if it doesn't get the conditional use, it's null and void. Is that correct? Yes. But as far as, you know, going through the different reviewers, with the county staff. They're very good reviewers, and they're very thorough. And they don't let things go lightly, I'll say that for sure. In fact, sometimes I think they pick on me, but they probably don't, okay? As far as stormwater, I know Mr. Kirchenfeld said a couple things that weren't quite correct, and I'm not correcting anybody here, but these piles and debris and all are taken into account in the stormwater system it's designed. So they use a higher C factor, a runoff factor, than regular grass or anything. So those are taken into account. We also, when we had the geotech done, we had what's called a double ring infiltrometer test. It's a better test to see what the soil can handle and what it can do. And we recognize that up front, so we also did that also. You don't normally do those, but we had one done. And the lady that does the stormwater review was satisfied. We had a few comments back and forth, but she was satisfied and all. So it's a good site plan. It does have a buffer. Went through a lot of back and forth on the property while we were working the site. And anyhow, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. I don't know if you want to get technical or not. Probably not. But I can answer any question that you may ask.
Thanks, Mr. McGuire. Any questions for this gentleman? Seeing none? Nope. Thank you, sir. Okay. Mr. Godwin coming up next. Is that right? Allison, we need to swear in Mr. Godwin?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Godwin, she's going to swear you in.
Mr. Godwin, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Well, the reason that we're wanting to move to this newer facility is just because the state has issued eminent domain. They have a project, they're moving me out. It's not that I want to move, I'd rather stay right where I'm at. But with progress comes change. I am sitting next to an interstate, a noisy interstate. I am sitting next to, on the other side, a residential area. In the beginning, when 6 years ago today, I was here before you to get permitted. The neighbors then were just like these neighbors, curious, not sure what to expect. Just like these neighbors, they were told a concrete plant's coming in, concrete trucks around the clock, running all over the place. It's nothing like that. Since the neighbors have gotten to see our operation, they've met with us. We've turned out to be good neighbors, good friends. Some of the neighbors come by and see us. Anytime they need any material, we give it to them. We work with them. We're good neighbors. You know, so Horace and I have talked over a period of time to where we want to change up the operation. Right now, my crusher is 40 feet from the property line of these neighbors. We don't have one problem with them. They don't have one problem with us. With this new facility, we want to move the crusher over 200 feet away from the neighbors, just to make sure. We don't want to take a chance. We don't want to uproot anybody to make them uncomfortable or change their way of life. We're moving everything to the south as far as we can, away from the neighborhood, the trailer park to the north. There is a 20-foot buffer that it takes care of a lot of that. But at the same time, we have to be good neighbors, and we understand that. I know there's a lot of people that come up, plead their case, and they don't end up good neighbors. Well, I have Tim Day. I have him and his guys that make sure we stay in compliance if there's an issue. We've never had a problem. Anytime Tim has stopped by and seen us from time to time, just checking on us, making sure I can tell he's looking around, making sure we're keeping things within the guidelines, and that's fine. We have nothing to hide. Amber comes out, works for Chips, and I'm assuming Tim, Amber work for you? Okay. She comes out, she does her testing. About every 4 to 5 tests, she tests while we're crushing concrete. So some of this data is with us crushing. It's not just blank land, doing nothing. We do keep the facility wet to keep the dust down, to keep any issues. In our permit that we have right now, it is 25-mile-an-hour winds or greater, we cease operations. Because it don't matter what you do. 20-mile-an-hour winds in Walmart parking lot's gonna fail with y'all's machine. So, and that's all asphalt. We stick by the guidelines that y'all have set for us. It's, y'all are, well, before y'all were in office here, the county officials, I realize I fall in a gray area with the rock crushing. There's only 4 of us in Escambia County. But this is the only county that you have to have a site plan, you have to have all this done through the county to crush concrete. I can go to Santa Rosa County and set up a Walmart parking lot anywhere in the state of Florida, except for Escambia County. But I live in Escambia County, I love Escambia County, and I'm gonna stay right here. So what I'm saying is, over 6 years, well, 6 years we have been in business at this facility. We have not had any problems. I think Tim can speak for that there hasn't been any issues. Can you think of any?
Give me 1 second, I've got some notes over here.
Oh, do it. But, okay, while he's doing that. But we've been here 6 years, we've had no issues. This is a recycling facility. There was comments that it's a solid waste facility. It's not. Everything that comes in our gate gets processed and it goes right back out. Metal goes to Wise's scrap. Concrete goes to wherever. It comes in, processed, and leaves. If there is any trash, board, plastic, bottles cut out of somebody's trucks or trailers, that's fine. We have a containment area. It goes in the trash area, and it goes to your county solid waste. So there's really, it's just a process. There's right now, this new facility at 8056 Palafox, there's three concrete plants adjacent to this. They're on the backside of the train track. You got CSX, excuse me. You got SRM Concrete, you got CMEX, and you got USA. They're all back right up, well, I don't see the picture, but right on the, well, there you go. Palafox is on the left. On the back side of the property, there's train tracks. That property backs right up. That property is, there's CMEX to the, just to the south where that little holding pond is, that's SRM Concrete, and to the, farther to the east is CMEX. And then you got USA. And then if you go to the north, to where the trees are, just north of that, that's a dirt pit owned by Gulf Atlantic. So, I mean, I am in the right area of what we do. You know, if you look at this new parcel, yes, there's a trailer park to the north. If you look farther to the north and across the street and go all the way down past the interstate, all of that property is heavy commercial, light industrial, which the county has dictated I have to be. And there's not very much property that's heavy commercial, light industrial. You know, I'm sorry if somebody puts a trailer on there or puts a house on there or a mobile home, but it goes through the whole place, the whole area past the interstate. It's all heavy commercial, light industrial. Right here, the industrial park to the south of my property, it wasn't just a few years ago, y'all had a recycling facility in there running and hauling stuff from the landfill there, recycling it, banding it up, putting on rail cars. And that turned out to be a mess when it rained. You know, so y'all recycled right there, 2 buildings over, with the heavy equipment. Yes, some was done inside the building, a lot was done out in the parking lot. we're asking for no different. We're not asking for anything extra. We're not asking for you to do us any favors. But what I am asking is just be fair with us. You hold the permit, or well, excuse me, I'll hold the permit, but the way, after Rolling Hills, after the fiasco of Rolling Hills, my permit had so many stipulations, it was crazy, to make sure that if we wasn't in compliance, if we just neglected our facility like South Palafox property people did with Rolling Hills, Jack Brown made sure he could put a stop to it within 48 hours. If we didn't do anything to fix any issues. We haven't had any issues. 6 years. I would hope that would speak for something.
Tim, did you get your notes on that? Excuse me, didn't mean to interrupt, but I think
Oh,
you had asked him. You had asked
Go
him.
ahead.
I do. So, on the existing facility as it's operating today, we've been quiet for quite a while. In 2017, we had a case. 2018, we had a case. 2019, we had a case.
No, I'm sorry. Describe what a case is. So
Sorry. Code enforcement took official action, provided a notice of violation.
Okay, so what could that have been?
So in 2017, they were written up for a little expansion of their site plan, so they had an improved area to work, and they kind of creeped outside of it.
Okay.
We had concrete stockpiled on an area that wasn't really permitted.
Okay. Right. Worked with them. We issued that March of 17. A couple weeks later, they got it, back into compliance, good to go. In February of 18, we had the same issue, storage concrete outside approved site plan. That must have been a busy time because it took about 4 months to get everything back and corralled. During that time, we also had Jerry McGuire wrote up a corrective action plan for dust. I think when we started this, it was kind of a learning process for these industries on how we're going to regulate, and so we went through a couple iterations of what dust management plans mean, what success looks like.
It was a process. He's right. It was a process. When we first started this was new to you as commissioners, Tim, Horace, all of us. It was new to all of us.
How many times did he exceed the exceedance? Do you have any notes for if he exceeded the noise or the particulate parameters?
There's a couple actions where we were working with them in the beginning, so we would pop. They wouldn't necessarily see code. In 2018, they did a fairly substantial kind of rewrite to their dust management plan and work to implement. So that probably happened 2 or 3 times, and it's just growing pains. Although in 19, September of 19, had a little creep on the site plan again where they exceeded their approved, and they were also cited for particulate matter in that particular ordinance.
So in hearing what you've just said, is it one time that they had the particulate matter that was exceeded?
No, the exceedances would be kind of reflected on the chart.
Okay.
It is one of those things, just the very nature of this industry. They have outside storage. They periodically have crushing going on.
Mm-hmm.
They certainly, have been responsive in terms of whenever we've brought something to their attention. But when you're outside and, one day we're cloudy and rainy and there's no dust at all. Next day, maybe it's a Saturday, and it was forecasted to be overcast, and we got a sunny day and 30 miles of wind, and it dries out. And maybe you have, a day when someone's not there. Most of them do use timers to try to keep their stuff wet. I don't recall if that's part of their operation. But just the nature of working with outside storage and this types of material just make it very difficult to guarantee they're not going to have off-site impacts.
Okay, cool. Doug, did you want to ask a question? You got your light on.
Yep. Understood all of that. That was important. I do want to confirm the speaker had mentioned that his current facility, the one that we're looking at all this data on, that his crusher is about 40 feet away from residences based on, obviously you haven't been up there measuring it, but would you say that's pretty close to accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and have there been any noise complaints from the neighbors? Some of his testimony is that he's not having any trouble with his neighbors, and that his actions have not resulted in complaints from the neighbors. Is that accurate by your understanding as well?
I'm going to have to say yes. It's, part of when this all started, we gave assurances to the public that were complaining at the time that we would be out there, we would monitor, which we have done. And, if there's been an issue on site, we've worked with them to get it addressed as quickly as possible. But I can confirm that we don't have any citizen complaints that came in that generated a notice of violation.
And the crusher
Now-
there is 40 feet away from the houses or from residential.
Now, the caveat on that is for a noise ordinance violation, they got to exceed 95 decibels. It is an improved industrial use. The backup beepers, all of these things, once they're established, are perfectly lawful. So they can complain, but I can't go create a notice of violation because those types of noises are exempt.
Okay. But if you were receiving those complaints, you'd have record of them, of us having to tell somebody, sorry, that's an approved
I
noise.
would have to double check with office staff if those exist.
Okay.
Because quite a bit, I've got 3 folks in code answering calls all day long. I'm not quite certain if they don't generate a complaint what their note system looks like.
Understood. Thank you very much.
And Tim,
We've never had anybody show up from code enforcement or sheriff's department over noise or anything like that.
so code enforcement, does it monitor silica as well as noise? I mean,
No, sir. It's, I have an employee that when she's out doing the monitoring on the silica dust, she also is taking noise readings as well.
okay. And again, while Mr. Godwin's there, how many instances has the level of silica been measured off-site when you've measured it?
So I'd have to refer back to the table.
So is it 31 out of
But-
40?
But there's dust leaving the site in the downward direction.
Right.
At least 31 of the 40 times.
Well, Ray Charles can see the dust leaving the site with shades on. I mean, that's evident. And so I'm not going to get caught up in a noise argument. I mean, that's just, noise is a nuisance. It's not a killer. Silica dust is. So I'm not going to even put anyone on the spot to have a noise conversation. To me, that's not a worthy conversation.
All right,
Sorry, do what now?
Mr. Godwin?
Okay.
No, continue. Please continue.
Okay, like I say, Tim and Amber and Chip's data here shows, there's been several times that the downwind is better, is lower numbers than the upwind when it comes across our property. Yes, like Tim and I both agree, this was a learning curve in the beginning. And Amber and I have come to realize, just like she's realized with other crushing facilities, Sunbelt, when cars are going to school, or cars are getting out of school, and they're lined up down Longleaf, you don't test. You're going to fail every time. It don't give you a true, accurate reading. They've had an issue over there where bush hogs came through cutting grass. Well, the noise and the dust from the bush hogs caused a negative reading. We've had to learn the same thing. When traffic gets out of school and old Palafox is bumper to bumper, the emissions will throw off the machine, and we will have a negative reading. And there's a couple of these here that readings on here that where she sets up is right there at the gate, and the dump truck comes rolling in there, revving the motor up, and guess what?
Mm-hmm.
We just look at each other and say, why do you do that? What an idiot. But anyway, he don't know. There was a pop-up test come up out of the blue. Amber showed up, said, I was sent out here to do a pop-up test. Like, Amber, we got 35-mile-an-hour winds. My permit says I can't crush anything over 25-mile-an-hour winds. We have to basically shut down. We're not doing anything. We're sitting here twiddling our thumbs. She said, well, I was told to do a test. I said, it's going to fail. She said, well, I was told to take a test. So, I mean, how do you argue with that? I mean, it's going to fail from the start. So But there's been a lot of learning curve through all this from start to finish the last 6 years. And I think we can all agree that things have gotten better and better and better, and moving to this new facility will make it even better. And like I think Tim said it, having sprinklers that are automatic on a timer. That's one of our plans, to have sprinklers. As far as the run out for the trucks, I paved the entranceway. Most of these run outs on any of these construction sites are 30 to 40 feet. I paved 200 feet of our entranceway to make sure the trucks have plenty of room for anything to run off their tires. And we're going to do the same thing there. I mean, there's not a whole lot I can say other than we haven't done everything right, but we sure hadn't done it all wrong. I'm a big enough guy to say there's probably a couple things we could improve on, but for the biggest majority, we do it right. We do it right. We spend the extra money. My water bill is outrageous, but I don't care. We keep the place wet. We keep our piles wet. We do everything we can do. Our crusher has, and this is what a lot of people don't understand. And it's not that they don't understand, they just don't know. The crusher that we have has 8 jets on it that we hook an 1.5 inch fire hose to, and it floods the concrete to keep the dust down. And as it's crushing, when the concrete comes in, it's getting flooded with water. As it's getting crushed, it's getting flooded. When it hits the first conveyor belt, it's getting flooded. So it's steadily wetting everything. So when it comes off the crusher onto the stacker, it's got another jet on it that when it hits the ground, there's no dust. Our biggest issue is when we have to deal with dirt. I know this sounds a little crazy. We have more problems with dirt dusting up than we do concrete. Concrete absorbs water. Anybody that knows anything about concrete, your driveway, take a water hose and just put it down on the driveway. That concrete just absorbs the water. And that's what this concrete does. And when you bust it up, it absorbs it that much more. So, I don't know. There's not a whole lot more I can say. We have a good operation, a good crew. We employ several people. And I look forward to building this new facility because it'll be better than what we've got now. Be better. So, the only thing I can ask you is, please vote for this, and please let me go to work. One thing, we are moving everything away from these new neighbors. We're trying to be good neighbors. There is a master plan. Part of this is a big shop. We're putting in a 150-foot shop office on this property. So it's not all for crushing. There's a small area for crushing. The back part, I really want to leave wooded. There's a lot of things into this. I don't know. After this much time, I think integrity shows for something. I mean, we've been at this for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin. Okay, Allison, let's talk about the process. Okay, just one second, but I just want to make sure I got the process, then I'll recognize you.
I had a question
Okay,
for
so
Mr. Godwin.
Okay, Mr. Godwin, I'm sorry. Commissioner May had another question.
Thank you for meeting with me and the residents in that meeting, Mr. Godwin.
And I was all for it.
I do appreciate it. I just had one question. Well, did you have any code violations at all, height?
No.
Anything like that? So you've not had any complaints about anything from residents?
No. Now, see, I'm glad you brought that up. Where we're at now and the way the neighbors are, we've got bamboo and oak trees and all kinds of other stuff for our buffer, our 20-foot buffer between our neighbors. The neighbors, I've talked to them, they said, we don't care if you go 100 feet in the air. Well, no, we ain't doing that. But we have built our piles up, 40, 50 feet high. I did talk to one of the neighbors in the trailer park. I've talked to about 5 or 6 of these people. They're nice people. And they asked me, they said, you're not really going to pile this stuff up 50 feet? I'm like, well, we don't have to. I mean, we were just trying to utilize the space, and we thought you might want that as a buffer just to keep noise or anything, you know. And then she did bring up a good point. We don't want to look at a big pile of concrete. You know what? I'll be a good neighbor. I don't have to do that. I'm willing to work with these people. But a lot of them, got bad information from the beginning and got riled up. But,
Again, thank you for meeting with us.
All right, Allison, so at what point do we've got a number of speakers, 30.
Right, so, Mr. Pugh, you have something else?
I just wanted to confirm that all the backup documents and everything that we went through, those have all been put into the record.
The entire backup was admitted by the board into evidence as part of the record at the beginning of the hearing?
Okay, just wanted to
If you
confirm.
had any additional documents or pieces of evidence, you would need to do that separately.
I do not. I just wanted to be sure those were there. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. They're part of the
Okay.
record.
Now, before we call up the speakers, we talked this morning about what we can consider, what they can say. In other words, if they come up, why don't
Right.
you give us a primer on that?
Okay, so the board has to make its decision based on what's called competent substantial evidence. What that means is that they have to make their decision on things other than emotional pleas or general dissent or unhappiness. So we're not going to stop you from making those kinds of statements, but my plea to you is if you can remember that what they have to make their decision on is actual evidence. So if you're going to be providing testimony, it would be helpful if you would try to laser focus in on just observations, things you know, things you've seen, that kind of thing. That is much more helpful to the board than just generalized concern. So you will each have to be sworn in when you testify, and we can just go through the list.
Okay, and then finally, if any of them consider themselves to be expert witnesses at the same process, they would say so, or do we have to ask them?
This really needs to be by their own request. It's not your obligation to try to ferret that out. The only reason to be considered an expert witness is to provide an expert opinion about something. That's usually going to be scientists, people with specialized training in real estate,
So
something like that.
to all the folks who are going to come up and speak for us, as I call you, if you consider yourself a scientist or an expert witness, by all means, tell us up front, right?
Correct. Or their opinion won't be
And would we
memorialized.
have to vote on whether or not we believe them?
Yeah, to accept them as an expert in a certain field, you would need a board vote.
And again, to reiterate and repeat this, I'm sorry it's so cumbersome tonight, but these are very important, and every aspect of what we do tonight is going to be under a microscope, so we just have to get it right. So I apologize for the length of time that this is taking, but we're going to do it the right way. We're going to make sure we do it right. That's why you're going to see me ask the lawyer over and over these questions. So we have lowered it to 2 minutes tonight. We've got a lot of speakers. I would simply ask this. If you are in support of this gentleman, you have the ability to waive in support. Allison, is that correct? They can waive in support?
No, that's not going to be considered competent testimony. So, I mean, they can do that. They can do that, but it's not.
Well, but if they come up and say, I don't like concrete crushing and I don't like the smell, and that's not either, is it?
That's not competent evidence, but, you know, if they've had observations, they live near there now, and they've had observations from this same
Okay.
operator,
So waiving in
things like that
support
is.
or waiving in disagreement is not going to work here.
It doesn't necessarily help your competent substantial evidence threshold, but they're certainly entitled to say that, if that is what they want to do.
You're not helping me sell it, but that's okay. I'm looking at the clock. Okay. All right, let's go. Dr. Calvin Avant. Are we cool? We're bringing him up? Bringing him up.
Yeah, bring them up and just go through them, and anybody who has a specific reason why they need to.
Okay, sir, one moment. Before you do, I think we're going to bring Debbie Malzberger up. At this point, would it be prudent to read
Sure,
that into
we
the-
did accept the letter, but she can come and read it into the
Okay.
record.
Dr. Van, I'm sorry about that.
Same
You'll come up right
thing.
after her.
Same thing. I mean, you need to
Swear
swear
in?
her in and
Okay.
let her read the letter.
All right, Delana?
Ms. Malzberg, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have a letter signed by Representative Salzman.
Okay.
It's addressed to the Escambia County Board of County Commissioners. Gentlemen, I am writing to express my concern over the proposed relocation of Delta Recycling's concrete recycling from their present location at 7480 North Palafox to 8056 North Palafox. The business owner needs to relocate to accommodate the needs of FDOT as they prepare to modify the interchange with Interstate 10. Understanding that the need to move is not something the owner has chosen, the choice of the new location does need to be undertaken with great care and sensitivity to the surrounding communities. We have seen what happens when the proximity of residential communities to a proposed industrial area is not carefully considered. The Wedgwood community is an example. The area surrounding the proposed new location is residential, and there are 3 schools in close proximity. The industrial nature of businesses being relocated is certainly of concern when considering the placement near schools. There are both traffic concerns with parents and buses moving children before and after school hours. There's also a health concern. Traditionally, children spend time outdoors daily at schools, and it is our charge as public officials to protect the interests of those children attending school. I urge you to reconsider any proposals that seek to industrialize the area around established residential neighborhoods. We have learned from neighborhoods like Wedgwood, Olive Heights, Greater Rolling Hills, that it can take 20-plus years to remediate problems caused by nearby industrial activity. Respectfully, Michelle Salzman, Florida House of Representatives, District 1.
Doug?
I'm sorry, you may or may not be able to answer these questions, but is Ms. Salzman aware that this is actually HCLI already?
She's aware that of the current zoning. The thing was, this particular activity seems to be more industrial, and when you are adding industrial to an area that's already, the concentration, again, where we point out the lessons we're learning from the Wedgwood area, let's not compound it and create another Wedgwood, is the idea.
Yeah, well, the way that we do that is to make sure that we do heavy commercial and light industrial in places that are zoned for heavy commercial and light industrial. All right, thank you. It seemed by the tone and tenor of the letter that it's talking about as if this was a residential area in which we were trying to, or in which they were trying to put in industrial.
As Mr. Horace mentioned, the fact that the residential area is pre-zoning. It is an established residential area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Okay, Dr. Avant, you're recognized, 2 minutes.
Yes, I'd like to first thank staff for doing their homework, because these are the same things we've been saying for the past 4 years about Sunbelt crushing. We said that silica dust cannot be watered down enough to not go out into the community. We found if you will ride over by Sunbelt and run down that street that goes straight down the side of Sunbelt, all of those cars are full of dust.
Hey, hang on one second. Does he need to be sworn in too? Okay, stop.
Yeah.
We need to swear you in.
If you're providing testimony, please don't start on that until you've been sworn in.
Okay, so everyone walking up tonight's going to be sworn in. All right.
Dr. Avan in as an expert witness or as a
No.
He
resident?
didn't identify himself as such, so.
Oh.
If you don't identify yourself as an expert witness, we're not gonna assume that you are. All right, so let's swear him in.
Dr. Avant, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's restart him. Okay, there you go. So just say what you said again. We'll start you all over.
As I was saying, I want to just thank staff for doing their homework, because this is the data that we've collected with our HBCU CBO Gulf Coast Consortium, when we started looking at Sunbelt. We kept saying that silica dust could not be watered down, and that it was going to create all kind of respiratory ailments and up until cancer. And what many people don't realize, it takes about 5 years for the respiratory ailments to start, and about 10 years for the deaths to start. So it's not something that's going to happen overnight. And that's what the information that they've shown is happening. The other thing that I'd like to state, our land development codes and our zoning is antiquated. At one time, Inslee used to be a rural area, and you could have put those things out there. That area needs to be changed. It's the same thing with Wedgwood, Olive Heights, and Rolling Hill. Those areas have to be changed because the community has moved further out.
And if in fact that same, what they want to do, if they took it and put it inside of a out past cantonment to an area where there's not a lot of residential area, great. You're not going to harm anybody. But if you keep putting it inside of residential areas, it's going to hurt. And the one thing that 20 feet easement from the community is horrible. You're sitting up and allowing those people to have to breathe this stuff in every day, all day long. So that's why I say this is antiquated. It needs to be, the easement needs to be like the ones that they showed, 400, 500, 600 feet from the residents.
Thank you very much. That's your time. Timothy Greer. Timothy Greer. And then we're going to swear you in.
Mr. Greer, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, I have to echo what Dr. Evans said about the board doing their homework. I come up with the idea or suggestion for this board. The Superfund site, the location down here off of Palafox, that's the land that's just decimated, it's just been there for 20-some years. Can't do anything with it. These folks are trying to find a place to go. As I was sitting there listening and hearing what they had to say, it was like the state is telling them that you got to vacate, and they're trying to find a place to go. If we can look at the EPA site and see if they can utilize that site there on Palafox, which I don't know if it's zoned as a heavy industrial site, but that would be an ideal place. We took and dumped all those trees and stuff when Sally hit. That was a full-blown area out there where we just dumped trees, debris, and then after the storm and after everything started coming back together, they relocated that stuff and shredded and did whatever they needed to make mulch. We got to help them figure out a place to go. They're looking for a place to go. I don't think they need to be in a community. And I think all of us, I think everybody in this room probably agree with that. So we just need to find out another place that they can go that would be beneficial for them, okay? That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Chris Kerb.
Mr. Kerb, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, and also applying as an expert witness on stormwater.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Kerb is identifying himself as an expert witness on stormwater. Chair would entertain a motion on that. Do we have to vote on that?
I have a civil engineering degree from Auburn University, graduated in 1991. I worked 25 years for Escambia County Engineering doing stormwater, 7 years doing DRC development review, 7 years as a project manager, and 7 years as your stormwater engineering manager. I've testified in multiple legal cases on behalf of the county as a expert witness. So,
okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept Mr. Kerb as an expert witness.
Motion and second. All those in favor? Unanimous, 4-0 with Commissioner May off the dice. Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Your testimony will be from like an expert witness.
well, I really wasn't going to speak on this issue, but Michelle Salzman's office contacted me. There was a rumor going around that this was in the greater Rolling Hills area, which I provided a little bit of information to her. But I wanted to share some information on stormwater for this area. I'm not going to speak on anything to do with air quality because that's not my lane. I do stormwater. But Olive Road West resurfacing and miscellaneous drainage project, that was one of the projects that I did. It's right south of this site. We put in, Escambia County did, put in drainage improvements all the way south from the intersection of Olive Road to the interstate. There's existing drainage system there, but as someone else said earlier, the pipes weren't laid correctly. They were backwards. So they were backwards because of utility conflicts. The electrical union site that was right there at the corner of Olive and Palafox, they flooded all the time. So we had a resurfacing project. Something I quite often did with a very low drainage budget was pull money out of other projects when there's drainage needs. So it was a resurfacing project. I got drainage improvements out of the resurfacing budget. That's what happens when you have a real low drainage budget. So y'all might want to look at increasing your drainage budget next year. Anyway, back to the stormwater. The water from this property goes down through a ditch south, through the ditch system and pipe system that we improved. It goes to I-10 east and eventually makes it into Carpenter's Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Kerb. We've got a
Question for the
number of
speaker.
speakers. Okay, Doug's got a
Mr. Kerb, have
question.
you reviewed the plans for this site?
What?
Have you reviewed the plans for this site?
I have looked at the plans. I have not looked at the drainage calculations, but I do know Jerry McGuire, and I'm very confident in his integrity for stormwater. Matter of fact, we've had several discussions about rainfall data being used in the state of Florida.
Okay, so do you have any testimony that would indicate that the information in Mr. McGuire's plans would somehow, would be inadequate for maintaining the pollutants on the site?
I'm sure he meets the state requirements, the minimum requirements. I'm pretty sure from a flooding perspective, he's probably gone over and above the attenuation requirements for the site.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, next.
But I have not reviewed his calculations.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jerome Jefferson.
Mr. Jefferson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Jerome Jefferson, and I live in New Ortega Housing Development, and I've got some concerns. I'm not here speaking as an expert, but first of all, kudos to the board because we're finally getting our drainage ditch, drainage pond done, and hopefully this project here is not going to affect it. But in any case, there's an elephant in the room. If you look at Delta Concrete Recycling, its northern neighbor is I-10. It's, I don't know how many feet across I-10 is, but nobody there will complain because they're running over a mile a minute when they go by. But the new location is a trailer park. He says they're nice neighbors, but it's a retirement community. They don't go anywhere. They don't work. They're retired. It was bought out before that the workers come in, they spend their 8 hours, and they go home. These people don't. They are home. And when they showed the map, I'm looking at my backyard and my boat parked next to the fence. He said he came to see several people. Nobody came to see me. And the thing is, he says concrete absorbs water. I guarantee you, if you put a hunk of concrete down there and put it on dirt, the dirt will absorb the water faster than the concrete. So that doesn't carry a lot of weight. And the noise and the dust concerns. I spent the last 11 years of my working life, I've been retired since '98, but I dealt with trucks and not automotive, but engine-driven equipment. There's a law that Murphy came up with that whatever can go wrong will go wrong. And I've seen trucks blow coolant lines, antifreezes all over the ground. I've seen the truck go up in the air,
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Your time has expired.
Okay.
I appreciate you being here. Next up, Betty Wilson. We appreciate everyone's patience, but we got to hold to the 2-minute limit.
Ms. Wilson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a graphic that I have created for, that people can review.
Do you have copies for all of us? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Betty Wilson. I am have a master's degree in environmental engineering, bachelor's degrees in...
Hang on,
I'm
pause
sorry.
our time, we gotta figure this out. Are we allowed to enter this into evidence, Allison?
Right, the board can accept it and then vote to make it a part of the record. Let's start with that, and then she apparently wants to tender herself as an expert.
I am not an expert, but I want to let you know that I know what I'm talking about,
Okay, so she's not an expert, can she? Allison, in all seriousness,
All right.
so can we?
If she's not asking to be tendered as an expert, then I'm not worried about accepting her as a witness, as an expert witness, but we do need to accept her documents into the record.
Right.
Okay, all right, so,
So I'll move to accept the documents.
okay, do we have a second? All right, all those in favor of accepting these documents into the record, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Thank you.
opposed? All right.
Thank you. Betty Wilson, I have a master's degree in environmental engineering and bachelor's degrees in biology and geology. So I am familiar with a lot of this,
But wait a minute,
this
okay.
material, but I am not an expert in the field, okay? I'm also the president of the Escambia County Democratic Environmental Caucus.
Okay.
So this graphic, I wanted to show you the comparison between these two sites. They are almost identical in many, many ways. They are bordered by the same street and the same rail line. They're almost exactly the same shape. The difference you can see here is that the current site is a wasteland. It looks like a moonscape. This is what happens when you collect concrete in one place. The other site is filled with trees. It is up against a very nice neighborhood. I did visit all these areas. There's this is a very nice motorhome park. Above that, where the last gentleman lives, is a much even nicer neighborhood of very nicely constructed homes. So my concern is they're going to take down most of these trees. He did say that he wants to save the ones near the railroad track. Interesting. So I would have you consider what the effect is going to be in this neighborhood that was at one time zoned for residential. I don't know when it changed to industrial, but when these houses were built and when these motorhomes were brought in, this was a residential neighborhood. So they could expect not to have something like this, like a concrete crushing facility in their backyards. Let's help them out, Okay? So thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Next speaker is going to be Adam Cobb, followed by Judy Brockett. Adam Cobb, 2 minutes.
Before we start the clock,
wait,
I've got a couple documents I'd like to
Wait,
submit
does he
into the
not need
record
to be
if I
sworn
could,
in?
please.
No, he,
He can present argument, he's a licensed attorney, he can do that, unless he is a fact witness which I don't think is what he's asking to do.
okay, so we don't need to swear him in.
We don't need
Okay.
to swear him in. We do need to vote to accept his documents. He indicated he had some letters and things, and I told him he needed to bring them with him and have them accepted into the record today.
Chair would entertain a motion on that.
Move that we accept these documents into the record.
Motion is second to accept the documents. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unanimously accepted. You're recognized. 2
Great.
minutes.
Adam Cobb with Emmanuel Shepherd and Condon, here representing the owner of the property immediately north of this site, as well as two other residential properties, each within a half mile and 1.5 miles of the property. Those documents that I just submitted are two things. One, a letter in opposition that I submitted to each of you along with your counsel and Mr. Jones yesterday, along with a petition from, I believe, 46 residents nearby opposing this project. I want to just address a couple things quickly. There's a development order on file from January this year for this project, contingent on a host of factors. One of them is, most importantly, your approval tonight. They also had a contingency in the development order that no construction or clearing work take place on the property, and that all crushing work be done on existing impervious surfaces on the property. the letter that you'll receive shows that that development order, they've already cleared property, they've already put fences up, they've violated that development order. The site plan you have in your packet shows not crushing facilities on current impervious material, but rather on entirely new surface. Take a look at that. Our development, Rustic Acres, is immediately north of the property. It's a 55-plus age-restricted community. We've got 60, 70, 80, even 90-year-old residents that live there. These crushing operations, and specifically storage of the proven cancer-causing toxic substances, are going to be stored 20 feet from their homes. I would encourage everyone to look at the legal standard that you're all bound to tonight, and that's to consider compatible uses. And I'll read to you from your comprehensive plan what a compatible use is. Frankly, what an incompatible development is. An incompatible development is new development proposed to be constructed next to existing development, where in the
I'm sorry, sir, your time has expired unless someone wants you to continue.
I'm going to have a couple questions.
Okay, so yeah, Doug, you're recognized.
Am I to understand, I'm looking at the document there here. So first of all, the mobile home park that we see just to the north of the proposed development, that is your client's property?
That is correct.
All right, thank
Yes.
you. Second thing, the photographs that are showing up here in your letter that has on your letterhead, it shows clearing and construction of a fence, or a fairly newly constructed fence apparently, and it's your testimony that, or I'm sorry, you're telling us that that is in fact work that has been done since the issuance, or since the development, done in violation of the development order, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can the staff confirm whether or not that is the case?
Yes, that's correct. On April the 6th, we issued a notice of violation on the new location for land disturbance without a permit and a variety of nuisance conditions and dilapidated structure issues.
Okay. Mr. Cobb, do you mind if I ask the petitioner a question real quick?
Absolutely.
And then I certainly don't mean to be disrespectful of your time.
No, that's fine.
Do you refute that at all? Did you start work on the property?
We did, all we have done is we put up a fence along the northern property line because there was a lot of confusion. A lot of the neighbors were in the beginning of this process, the property went right through about 8 or 9 of these trailers. When I had this property surveyed, it went through these trailers. And it was either move the trailers, the previous owner told me, go get an eviction notice and have them get them out of the way. I'm the one that kind of negotiated this to be able to get this property, this half acre sold to the trailer park, that way it don't uproot them.
Okay.
So I ended up getting a half acre less.
I appreciate that, sir. That's the question I have is actually on a specific matter, and you have to forgive me.
But yes, we put up a fence just to show them where the true boundary is.
Okay, and doing so, the clearing that was required to put up that fence and
We
putting
took
up
out a
that
few
fence
trees just to
was
be able to get a
violation.
straight line.
All right, thank you very much. All right, sorry, Mr. Cobb, I feel like I cut you off there in your response, but I wanted to one little data point that I felt like we could iron out fairly clearly, and I think we've done that, so that was important. Was there another part of that did you have an additional answer to that question that you needed to share?
Just one quick point as to the repeat ignoring of the county's both development order and other matters is if you look, the permit issued on the current operation required that the particulate matter be below that 35 level, that 35 measurement. We've got over the course of 6 years, 6 different times that it was above that 35 at levels in the 40s and 50s, which is, according to the testimony in the record, triple the healthy and acceptable level for operation and safety for humans. So we've got that going in next door to 60, 70, 80-year-old retirees putting piles and piles of crushed concrete, putting off these toxic dusts on these people's back doorsteps.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cobb. I appreciate the
Thanks,
answer.
Mr. Cobb. Next speaker.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just as an admonition to the board members, a petition signed by people not testifying before you in person under sworn testimony is not competent substantial evidence, so you cannot make your decision based upon it, okay? That is part of what you accepted into the record, which is fine with me, but just you cannot base your decision on it.
Okay, all right, Judy Brockett, you're recognized, followed by Tammy Clark.
Ms. Brockett, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was going in all different directions, but you've answered some of my questions. I've been researching this for 3 days when I found out about it, and I couldn't get a lot of answers. So I thank especially you guys very much for answering some of my questions. But I am going to zero in on what he says that he did just a line. He has decided to take down these trees, these beautiful trees. Now, we are blocked in on each side. And over the years, there's people that's lived there 30, 20, years, a lot of them. And we had one lady win $100,000 and just redid her patio. But anyway, it buffers. We don't have as much trouble with storms like a lot of mobile home places, because these trees are buffering. Now, he's talking about bamboo. Now, I don't know if it's on the list of invasive plants in Florida, which is such a thing. But if that starts running, it's going to run over. How's these old people going to take care of this, I mean, that's not a solution. And taking down those trees is a horrible idea. He went farther over than that fence, too. But anyway, I just feel like that this is just not for us. Here, it makes no sense. The other plants like this are out in the woods where he should be. And I don't know why he chose that area. If he had to move, it seemed like he would have gone out in the woods instead of going through all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Clark, followed by Lisa Deaver.
Ms. Clark, do you swear or affirm that the evidence and testimony you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Tammy, and I am the property manager of Rustic Acres, the trailer park that he says, which is the mobile home park that is 20 foot from his chain link fence that is 6 foot tall. Many of my residents have showed up today. Many can't because, again, they're 80, 90 years old. I can't get them all here. This is going to be 20 foot from their bedrooms. The crusher may not make noise. Those trucks are going to make noise. This is going to affect the way that they live. We have retired military. We have retired FBI. I think they deserve at their age to have peace and quiet. He says that it's only 10 feet or 20 feet from the line, but you can come out and measure. Many of the homes at the end closer to the tracks, there's less than 20 feet between those homes. The lady speaking next is going to confirm that because that's in her backyard also. So we ask that you please consider this strongly, that they are affecting their quality of life.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Lisa Deaver.
Ms. Deaver, do you swear or affirm that the evidence and testimony you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. I also live at Rustic Acres. I'm at Lot K, which is about halfway down. We're already bothered by the noise of the railroad tracks, but you get used to that after a while. The trucks, however, I don't believe we will. Not all of us sleep from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. because we're older. I'm one of the youngest people there, me and my husband. I'm 63 and he's 61. I'll give it up and admit to it. But we're the youngest people there. We've got neighbors that are 70, 80, 90 years old, and many of us don't sleep. We take naps during the day, and the noise that's going to come from those trucks are going to affect us. The clearing that they did for the fence was more than a few trees. They took brush out. We can see right straight back through the trees now, and as two ladies ago spoke, that's going to affect the wind that we get from the storms. And storms are many around here, we know that. We've had much luck. These trailers, knock on wood, have had very little damage in decades. Some of these neighbors have been there since 1988 and before. It's very important to us to keep our community the way it is. We look out for each other. Many of us have cameras to look out, for each other's cars and the way we come and go. It's important. It's important for them not to come and create havoc. Many of us have health issues. I have MS. Neighbors have emphysema. And, have had past strokes. They're walking with canes. I have a walker back there because with MS, I don't know how I'm going to walk for any moment from time to time, And it's urgent to not approve this. We beg you to not approve this. She said, don't get emotional. It is emotional. It's our lives. It's where we live. We moved there for the peace and quiet. We could have moved anywhere. We chose that spot. So thank you for the time, and I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Thank you. You as well. Barry Deaver.
Mr. Deaver, do you swear and affirm that the testimony and evidence you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Barry Deaver. That's my wife. He said they took out a few trees. Well, he took out more than a few trees. A lot of the trees that was close to my trailer, he uprooted on one side, which made the trees fall this way onto my trailer. It took me over 6 hours to clear all those vines and trees off of my trailer by myself. I tell you, I had to stop many times, felt like I was going to have a friggin' heart attack. I'm so sorry.
You're all right.
But, we moved there because it was peaceful and it's quiet. And I have migraines. I have severe complicated migraines. So it's not just regular migraines. I asked my neurologist, well, what's worse than what I got? He said, death. That's the next step. So when I have a migraine, I look like I'm having a stroke. Yeah, a lot of times I lose motor function. I can't talk. I can't do anything. I'm like a lump of jelly. And that was another reason why I moved there, because it's a friendly area. It's a quiet area. Noise and sound go right through me when I'm having a migraine. This much light would be blinding me. So that's another reason. I mean, like my wife said, we could have moved anywhere, but we chose that because of what it is. That's all I've got.
Thank you for being here.
Please don't allow this. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, sir. Next up, Michael Freeman, followed by Gerald McGuire. I think we already heard from him.
Mr. Freeman, do you swear or affirm that the evidence and testimony you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Michael Freeman. I live in Rustic Acres. I don't live right next to that line, but I live across the street. So I'm going to talk to you about me and my 93-year-old neighbor who lives right next to that. So I am a Gulf War veteran, and I suffer from COPD because of silica exposure in the desert. So I would appreciate not to have to spend my retirement years, and I'm 59, so I'm younger than you. So,
Wait a minute now. Didn't you just swear?
I did. I'll pull out my ID. But I suffer from this already. I have COPD because of silica exposure. So I'd prefer not to have to live in a place where I chose that was friendly and nice and quiet and clean, to have to live in one of these places. My brother drives for this company in Lafayette, Indiana. They haul rock, crushed concrete, asphalt. So when you tell me there's no dust and there's no noise, I call BS on that, because I've been to the lots. The concrete crusher, not a problem. Those things are clean. It's not that, it's the dust from the trucks, the diesel fuel that spills, all of this stuff that goes with it. My 93-year-old neighbor that lives across from me, she worked for the state of Florida for 40 years. She retired as a secretary, and very proud woman. She won't let you help her take her groceries in. Her bedroom is right at the fence line. So if Miss Eloise has to spend her few remaining years listening to a truck run over her, I think that's a shame. Please don't allow this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McGuire? Did you want to say anything? No. Okay, all right. We'll skip through you then. Next up is going to be Philip Pugh. You've already spoken? Already spoken, yes. Okay. Jeff Godwin, you've spoken. Skylar Weekly. Okay. Patricia Adams. Is there a Patricia Adams here? Okay, all right, well, we don't give time, but, okay, all right. Fine with me. Jessica Ruzicka. Is she gonna speak? Is Jessica here? Jesse Dayton. Jesse Dayton? Okay, Jesse Dayton.
Mr. Dayton, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I want to thank everyone here at the board for hearing everybody out today. I'm Jesse Dayton. I actually am the operations manager for Athena Real Estate. Just three things I kind of want to go over. That Mr. Goodwin, he's telling us a lot of good stories of good faith that he's going to do all these great things, but a couple of things that are problematic are, one, he says the rock crusher is going to be, 200 feet away from the property, right? But the property itself is only 194 feet wide, so where is that 200 feet crusher going to be away from our property line? Secondly, he talks about that they've been improving their air quality. They've been doing better. Every single year they do better. Well, in the past 6 years, since 2018, they've had 6 different cases of airborne quality infractions against them, and 5 of them have been in the last 9 months. So where is this improvement coming from? And thirdly, he says, it's not my fault that we decided to put some trailers here, or someone put a house here. The property that he's overtaking has 3 houses on them, and our property has been operating for 60 years as a manufactured home community in Pensacola, and for the last 20 years has been operating as a 55-plus community and been a retirement home for many residents. So I that's really all I have to say, and those 3 points are really the biggest things that I feel we need to carry on and make Mr. Goodwin find another location for his rock crushing business. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Sarah Randolph, followed by Dr. Gloria Horning.
Ms. Randolph, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thank you for the town hall. That was important. And you heard a lot of residents there voicing their concerns about the traffic, the odors, the noise, and critically, the particulate matter, specifically the silica dust. And you heard Mr. Kirchfield state that the silica dust is a health hazard, and Mr. Day talk about how it gets loose and travels. And that silica problem would have to be addressed. It would have to be resolved, laid to rest before any final permit could be issued, granted. And what I really don't understand, and I know Reverend Greer kind of brought this up, talking about brownfields as a possible other location for Mr. Godwin to establish his new Delta concrete crusher. What about industrial parks? Are there not industrial parks that have this kind of business? Would that not be another possible, avenue of approach for him? So I'm going to leave that as all I have to say. I just don't quite understand why this has to be kind of pushed into this, the square peg in the round hole or
Yes,
whatever.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Dr. Horning?
Dr. Horning, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Most of y'all know me. I'd like to come in as an expert. I'm an environmental social scientist. Received my PhD from Florida State University in the School of Information Sciences. I've worked in this community for 12 years now as a disaster preparedness person, reaching out to disenfranchised communities to make them prepared for hurricanes and other issues. I've also was one of the original groups with LaFonetta Souls Woods and Willie Lawrence and Judy Burns, Judy Cook, that started the Wedgwood, Rolling Hills, Olive Heights fight against the Rolling Hills landfill, starting in 2014. And we were able to take that all the way to court and make judgment against South Palafox property. And I continue to work. Now I'm working on clean water at Bruce Beach. Finally got the results in from my organization that provides pro bono scientists called Anthropons Alliance. We're the largest flood surviving network in the country. And now we know that the water that is in the Tan Yard area and in Bruce Beach is highly toxic and full of human waste.
Okay, so she's given her biography, the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I would move, and Gloria, I'll make the motion, and thank you. We would not be as far along as we are in Wedgwood without you and your work, and I know your expertise, so I certainly would move it and consider you one of the leading experts in environmental injustice.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I have a question for the
discussion.
Dr. Horning,
Yes.
certainly no question about your credentials as an activist, but the standard that we're working with here is a little bit different. What are your degrees in?
The first one is the information science at Florida State is a broad subject, and you can focus on anything from defense and GSI to learning library science. My focus was on environmental justice issues, and I did 5 case studies from Cancer Alley all the way to American Beach on different communities, including Mount Dioxin with Margaret Williams, this site that's on Pensacola. So I studied what they were doing and how the science behind it and the health was impacting the communities around them and the water, land, and air.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
No.
All right, please vote. If you agree that she's an expert witness, please signify by saying aye. Aye. If you disagree, say no. Nope. Okay, 4-1. We'll accept her as an expert witness.
Okay, I've been looking at this site since 2016, and I've done hundreds of hours of video. My God, he's not a good neighbor, and he's already sounding like he's not a good neighbor to the proposed site. And I also have to say, I know I reported 3 times the height problem in the area on Flagler. And I have pictures, videos, everything that you can imagine on this particular site. So, let the video take it away. 2018, WEAR did a story on it, and you could see the height that was way above the fence line, way above. But just as much as I talked to the neighbors, some of those homes on Flagler are concrete homes. The pounding is cracking their homes. You know what it's going to do to these trailers? Okay? The dust on all their cars and on their homes. One family just moved in and got a pool for their kids, and then they couldn't use it because it was always full of white stuff. That white stuff was dust from the silica. When we first talked about this, when they first came on board in 2016, I brought all this up. So they haven't been good neighbors. They started to do some remediation, but they didn't continue. So we've got to look at the history, and already we're seeing the future of them not being good neighbors. And absolutely, that silica dust is going to it's going to ruin our water system, our wildlife, and the humans and our children.
Thank you, Dr. Hoy.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker will be Sharon Johnson, followed by Larry Killett.
Ms. Johnson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm a resident in the Ortega area, which is right next door to the Rustic Acres.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of us, our houses are on the well system. So therefore, that water can get into the well system, which is going to affect our quality of life as well. Not only that, the silica, which is in the air, the particles, in which we're talking about, 75% of it coming from that particular company, it's going to kill us all. There's a great number of people in which it's going to affect, not only the elderly, but the children, as well as myself. So my thing is, I am more concerned about our health. Not only our health, but we have residents there, whereas I'm thinking about my foundation on my house. I'm thinking about the foundation, whereas there's going to be so much banging, 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 and it can create sinkholes. It could do stuff within the area, whereas my foundation becomes damaged. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Killett.
Mr. Killett, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Larry Collette, Commissioner. I'm nephew of Marie Young, is mine. I live in the Ortega also subdivision, and what I'm going to tell you is I used to work for Florida Drum Company. I did 28 years at Florida Drum Company. I had to start over again because of the same situation that what we having. We're going to have people in that area, they're going to be dying. Just like at Scammyarms and all back over there, they died out. And the whole people, where I used to work there, I was young. I was real young when I first came to Florida Drum. I was 22 years old. And it's only about 4 of us left. Everybody else then died out because they were older, because of the same thing what he want to do over there. The particles that what the gentleman talked about is hidden, just like May said about he can be in his backyard barbecuing. He can't see it because they're hid. They're gonna kill everybody over there. It might be not a short time, but it's gonna happen. So let's not make a mistake with this. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Killett. Next up, Sylvia Franklin, followed by Robert Franklin. Sylvia? Is Sylvia Franklin here?
Y'all changed the rules on me.
Oh.
3 people gave me their time.
Yes, ma'am, we don't do that.
See, I got expert opinions from OSHA. It's gonna, sorry about that. First of all, greetings to you all. And And all goes out to the pastor that prayed.
Ms. Franklin,
Awesome
please.
prayer that we needed. Here.
Ms. Franklin, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I have COP, so I got to run real fast now. First of all, the last meeting, my question to you all was that had you already made decision? Was the meeting purpose was to just for us to be there, or was it a meeting that we could block what was about to happen? And you said the community was what you had in mind. But then when I look at the Pensacola News Journal, that this been going on for 2 years. So before we even knew anything about this. So his equipment been over there and everything. So that was April the 21st that the News Journal did that. So how is that you all have made the decision, you haven't made the decision, but process has already started. So if you don't own a house, you can't move in until you have credentials. So how is this possible? So Sarasota, I looked it up, Sarasota, Florida has the same problem. And the judge there kicked them out. Same kind of company. The people were going through COPD, heart problems and everything. And what happened was they gave them 60 days and they kicked them out. They violated again and stayed 90 days. You all can look it up. And shame y'all didn't give me these minutes. I got some good stuff. But anyway, I'm disabled, and I do not want this close to our community. I don't even want it near the other people's community. It's not fair. When we moved in, they weren't there. So we would have made that decision whether we wanted to live next to that type of environment. And I just think you all should think about, what if it was on the other foot? Let's put them next to your house, each one of you. Tell me, would you like that? No. So don't do this to us. Give us a chance. Majority of people up in there are friendly people. They older people. They respect one another. Now you're creating a commotion. We already fight, and we too old to be out here fighting. We need you to fight for us.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Franklin? Mr. Franklin? Okay. Oh, very good. Jackson Decker. All right, come on up.
Oh, great. I never thought I'd make it today.
You did it. You
But
made it.
I'm not a lawyer like everybody else up
We're
here.
going to swear you in right quick.
I go to church. That's what I do.
We're going to swear you in over here.
Mr. Decker, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you know, like, a lot of people tell me, before I got here, like, oh, minute 54. They say, well, you don't got much of a chance because they can buy off the votes or the panel or the state or money talks, and the poor people don't have a voice. And the poor people over there, they got medical problems, and you're working with asphalt distillates. You got scientists here, the doctors here saying, no way. But is the panel going to be bought off by this man that doesn't know where he can put his asphalt concrete crushing great miracle to the world of Pensacola? And the birds like the trees over there. He's cut down enough trees that you could grow up some like a nursery plant there, make a little bit more money, or sell your place to an ecology group. If you're that desperate there to harm these people, you should go back to church and pray to Jesus. Hey, Jesus, I admit I'm wrong. Let's start all over. No, but I hope you people aren't fooled. You know what I mean? Think about what Jesus is all about. You've got to have, you have to admit when you're wrong. You can't say, I'm gonna boom my place in there, I don't care what, I really like the residents over there. Oh, it's all in their head. But you got scientists and they got asphalt crushing noises and beating the heck out of people over there because of asphalt concrete crushing miracle of the world. I tell this owner, hey man, sell your place and go somewhere else. Okay, that's it. Okay.
Thank you.
bye.
Thank you for being here. Dara Jefferson. Dara Jefferson. I'm looking, I think this could be the last one. This is the last one.
Okay. Ms. Jefferson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you give tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. I have been here before. I'm from the Ortega development, so I'm sure you're familiar with the retention pond situation over there. So I'm right back again for this particular situation. All I want to do is just reiterate some of the things that was said here. Delta was saying that currently he's 40 feet from the property line. And a staffer here made reference to Clay County, Florida. And if we're making reference to Clay County says 500 feet from any residential district. It also says central sewer and water must be available. Now, I don't know if we have we have sewer, no, we have water. But I'm on a septic tank. All right, so all of these things are affected by that. And also, a staffer indicated, I will reiterate, compatibility cannot be guaranteed. We need to take that into consideration. We need to remember that, okay? And it is more suited for an industrial site. What is so wrong with going to an industrial site? Why are they so dead set on Palafox? Hey, no one's trying to put you out of business, but why are you dead set on Palafox? What's the mystery? What's the excitement there on Palafox? I don't understand. Why can't we go someplace else? And as my husband said, you got Rustic Acres. We can see Rustic Acres from our yard. I could see our yard on that map. Now, we're excited over a new retention pond. This is just another issue, and I really don't want to deal with that. I'm a survivor, a cancer survivor, and I want to remain a survivor. Help us out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yes, ma'am. You as well. Allison, that appears to be our last speaker. If you have signed up to this issue, and I apologize, I know it's excruciating, but we're doing this detailed because we want to do it right. If you signed up and haven't spoken, please identify yourself if you'd like to speak. Okay, I'm seeing none. Allison, that concludes our speakers. So at this stage, what is the next step?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, honestly.
Can I speak just for a second?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Is that okay, Allison, or no? Allison, no, come on.
Allow me to put on the rebuttal witness. Very briefly.
I would let Mr. Pugh make his rebuttal.
Mr. Pugh, you're recognized.
Procedurally, just so I know where we're at, Ms. Rogers, I'm going to make a closing argument, and then we're going to go to the
Yeah, I mean, the
vote. Is that
board
right?
is ready to deliberate, so I would absolutely.
Okay, very good. So the only thing that I want to, just a couple quick things I want to address. There were some issues about a fence. I understand he put in a fence along the boundary line. That's a problem. What he would tell you is that he hired a contractor to put that fence up. The contractor did not pull the permit. He's gone down there now to try to get that rectified. You don't need a DO to put in a fence. You need at least a separate permit for that. And he recognizes that. We're getting that fixed. The other thing I want to touch on is just pass me that right there. I know this is an emotional issue for a lot of people, and I'm going to read just a section from the resolution of this board that sets the procedure that we're in here today. The resolution is 96-34, and it establishes how this quasi-judicial thing works. If you go to 5.2, it really talks about what we're dealing with here today. I'm sorry, I said 5.2. That's right, 5.2 sub C. It's about a paragraph. Let me read this out to you because I think it's really pertinent. While the board should hear the objections of interested parties, the board's judgment must be based on the facts adduced and not on the mere polling of interested parties. In other words, the function of a quasi-judicial board is to make a determination on the basis of facts adduced and upon the relevant zoning principles as set forth in a zoning ordinance,
rather than conduct a plebiscite of the neighbors. Standing alone, opinions and objections of interested parties are not factual evidence and not a sound basis for denial of a petition or application for quasi-judicial action in a zoning-related matter. The merits of a zoning application should prevail over the disgruntlement of loud, vociferous objectors. That's not my language, this is the board's language. And so I share that with you to say this. What the testimony showed in the presentation was that the objection is that this is not compatible because of noise and because of dust. They then showed you the evidence, which was that they've never failed a sound issue once, a noise issue once. And secondly, if you really look at the data about the silica, it just doesn't support what they're saying. You know, it regularly comes out of the plant cleaner, not cleaner, less, with less silica than it went in. And so I would just encourage this board to look at the actual evidence that you saw. And let me ask you this question. The zoning for this area is commercial industrial. The future land use is industrial. There's a reason the maps were laid out that way by this board. I understand the folks that live there are frustrated with it. I don't blame them. But we have to, I think the board has to ask itself, what do we want to do here? Do we want industry in this community? And if we do, are we going to allow them to work in the industrial areas? It's the way this place is zoned. It needs to mean something. And so I'd ask this court to consider the evidence and rule on that basis.
Thank you, Mr. Pugh. All right, board members, I'll turn it over to you.
So just to remember, you've got a recommendation before you tonight for this item. You've just gone through Part A. You have B and C to address. B is the conditional use, and then that will, by necessity, help guide you to what you're going to do on C. C is the permit for the recycling operations itself. You do have, as part of your record that you did create here this evening, staff recommendations that address all of the criteria related to the conditional use. My advice to you would be, you have to make your decision on competent substantial evidence. An excellent way for you to ensure that you're addressing all the criteria is to start with the staff recommendations and then amend them accordingly if that doesn't mesh with what you're wanting to do. The more you can refer to record, things that are in the record tonight, if you're, making your decision, that is definitely helpful.
Let me ask you, Allison, so in your opinion, we've concluded A. We've done that.
You've held the hearing, yes.
Okay, all right, so B and C we just have to take care of. So at this point, the chair would.
Mr. Chair?
Yep, Commissioner May.
Go ahead, Commissioner O'Neill.
You sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, while certainly I think that almost everything that was said by the citizens was very valuable to us in our normal capacity, in the capacity that we are here in a quasi-judicial hearing, I can't take anything really that I heard from the population into consideration for our purposes here. And, but what I can take into consideration and where what's going to result in my vote is that it's been testified, it's been stated from both sides of the House, a couple of things that were never refuted. Okay? That the crushing facility, the crushing machine itself is actually among the lowest producer of noise and of silica dust. Okay? And we are, so that's been stated and agreed upon. And it's also been stated and agreed upon that that machine is going to be located as far south as possible and therefore away from the residences. And if you actually do the math on that, what that means is the parts of this operation that do create the most noise and the most silica dust are actually going to be closer to the homes. So that factors in, that seems to support to me the staff's statements with regard to the noise. Statements have been made that it's going to be 200 feet away in a property that it clearly by the, looking at the information that's put in front of us, that's not physically possible given the size of the parcel. So I struggle with this because the zoning is for heavy commercial, light industrial. And Mr. Pugh, you made a statement that you're absolutely correct that our zoning is a hot mess. Not your words, but it's problematic. The problem is, and the reason that actually doesn't really help your case at all, is that this neighborhood predates the zoning. Okay, so the fact that we didn't do such a good job of putting a zoning layer on there does not in any way change the fact that these folks were there first, and therefore their rights, to be able to enjoy their property predate the rights of that come with the HCLI, from my perspective. But the biggest thing really that ultimately is going to lead to my vote to deny is the compliance record. Okay? Particularly if you're going to stand and tell me that we have that we never had any problems. Okay, the evidence is clearly not in support of that statement. That's simply not true. I am particularly concerned about the fact that the compliance problems, onesie twosies, that's going to happen. The repeated compliance problem of the same thing, which is the placement of concrete outside of the zone. You can make that mistake once or twice, but over a pattern, when it becomes a pattern, that's concerning. And then, while I recognize that sometimes we hire contractors who do what we don't want them to do, the contractor's supposed to have done this, that, or the other, at no time does the property owner able to discharge his responsibility for the execution of his DO. So whatever the circumstances were that led to that work being done, it's still a violation of the DO. We, on this board, very routinely have folks come before us wanting to have fines removed for a code violation. And one of the principles that we often apply, that I think we apply very, very consistently, the very first question that goes to our code enforcement is, are they in compliance? Because you have the discretion. We'll be more able to apply that discretion morally where somebody is in compliance. Because your client is not in compliance today, it is very hard for me to see how he would be able to be in compliance going into the future. And because of how narrow this space is, because of the immediate consequences, and it's irreversible consequences, if he is non-compliant, if he continues that pattern of non-compliance when his operation is only 20 feet from people's homes, there's nothing I can do for that citizen who is violated to make right. I can't take the silica out of their lungs. And so really that's the thought process that leads me to be able to, Mr. Chairman, only be able to support a motion to deny.
Okay, and that would be a motion to support the staff's recommendation, because that's their recommendation.
It is, and I'm not making a motion at this time,
Sure.
obviously, out of
We're gonna
respect
hear
for my
from
peers who all have a need to speak.
Okay, we appreciate you leading off, Doug. Lumen and then Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we have to take them separate, Madam Council, or can we take B and C?
I think that for purposes of ensuring what's being dealt with, yes, do the conditional use, and then depending on the decision there, then we'd take up a motion on the permit.
Okay, well, I am prepared to make a motion, and although every comment tonight was not labeled an expert, if you reside in your home and you work and build it, you are an expert of your property to me. The number one priority of a commissioner is not economic development or business development or business growth. It's the safety, health, and welfare of the citizens that you represent. And the citizens in this neighborhood have spoken loud and clear about their position and their anxiety and their concern for their health. So I am going to move to deny the authorization of a conditional use permit.
Okay, so item B, you're voting.
Is that the recommendation of staff? Yeah.
Are you, as part of that motion, adopting the staff findings on the criteria for the conditional use?
Absolutely, I am. I'm taking the staff's recommendation. They're the experts, I'm not.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none.
I actually want to speak to a part of that, because some of the staff's data.
Okay, you got to turn your mic on.
Some of the staff's data would appear, or could be made to appear, as though it was inaccurate. And clearly the attempts were already being made to really kind of draw that scenario. The reality is that the natural environment is not measurable, in a perfect way. And while it did seem that probably 25% of those would indicate, could be perceived to indicate that the air was cleaner leaving the facility than when it got in. I think the greater evidence, the more important part of that evidence that was provided was that, yes, we are talking about a community in which the baseline level of pollutants is fairly high due to historical uses, not due to any wrongdoing on the part of the applicant. There's very little question about that, and that would certainly be supportable by historical evidence. But the evidence that in those samplings also indicate that silica dust, or I'm sorry, not silica dust, but particulate matter was in fact leaving the site. That is really irrefutable. I mean, you could parse out a lot of different ways, but that statement is absolutely supported by that data. So, I certainly agree with you, Lumen, in terms of taking their evidence, even where the evidence seems to be incomplete or would be perhaps refutable in some ways. It doesn't refute the clear, absolute evidence that particulate matters did in fact leave the site in fairly large numbers at times.
All right. So,
and thank you, Commissioner Underhill. And I'm not an expert. We have scientists and planning people and whose pay is a lot higher than mine to study these issues. And so that's why I'm going to be consistent with accepting their recommendations and making this motion.
okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to deny the permit. Please vote.
The motion is to deny the conditional use.
I'm sorry, the conditional use
Permit will be the
permit.
next
Okay,
issue.
the conditional use.
Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And just to make sure that that I'm saying this right, so the 20-foot wide crushing machine operation corridor, that is where the machine would be located, crushing the concrete, correct?
Who are you asking that?
Anyone who can answer.
Yeah, are you?
Commissioner, if you would repeat the question, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get your answer.
As what's stated on the plans, it says 20-foot wide crushing machine operation corridor. That's where the machine locates that would be crushing?
Yes.
Okay.
And the property appraiser shows that property.
You're going to need to come to the microphone.
Yes, that area farthest to the south shows where the crusher will be located. And the property appraisers and the survey shows that property is 235 feet wide.
Okay. I understand, okay. I'm getting it right about that, but it does seem like that's some distance from the site boundary as indicated on the map. So I'd say it was well within 200 feet of a house.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for item B, review and either approve, modify, or deny, and the motion is to deny the authorization of a conditional use. Any other discussion? Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, that was 5 votes for yes. I think it's not coming up because we had the PowerPoint up.
Okay.
I can
so-
actually.
And the yes is for denial.
Let me, I just resaved it.
There it is. Okay, so that motion passes 5-0 to deny. Okay, Commissioner May, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm moving to deny the request for issuing of a recycling permit for an asphalt concrete crushing recycling processing facility located at 8056 North Palafox Highway to include staff recommendations.
Second.
Motion and a second on item C. Any further discussion? Please vote. All right, that motion passes unanimously. I appreciate everyone's patience tonight on this item. I know it was a long issue, but now we've concluded it. Allison, that concludes this issue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, moving forward now. Excuse me, please. We're still holding the meeting here, please. Please. Next, we're going to consider, Wes, your agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 9 items on the technical public service consent agenda.
Excuse me. We're having a meeting, please. Please. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 9 items on the technical public service consent agenda. Please make the following change. Drop item CAR 1-8.
Okay. Anything that my fellow board members would like to pull? Otherwise, the chair would entertain a motion on the balance.
Move the balance. Second.
Motion is second on the balance. Please vote. Okay, the balance passes unanimously. Oh, okay, all right. So the item that you held, Commissioner West?
We dropped 1-8.
Okay, all right. Item 2, I have a number of speakers on CAR 2, but we'll go through them one by one. Budget and Finance, I've got speakers on 4, 5, 18, 26, and 27. So
We are going to drop CAR 2-5.
2-5 and 16 as well. Okay, yep. All right.
We're dropping 2-5. We're holding CAR 4, CAR 18,
26.
11, 26, 27.
Yep, 11, 26, and 27.
So,
She's like, whoa, wait a minute.
what, who is 11 for?
Yeah, what was 11 for? What?
10 is for me.
Who's holding 4?
We have speakers.
That is 11.
Let's just, okay, let's go back. Let's go through it. 4, we're holding 4 for a speaker? Yes?
Yes.
We're holding 5 for speakers.
We're also dropping 5.
I'm sorry, we're dropping 5. But we have speakers on 5, so we'll hear from the speakers. Then we have 18. Did we? We're holding 18. We have speakers. What about 11? Was that a mistake?
No, that was a misunderstanding.
Are we holding 10?
Yes.
Okay, so we're holding 10 for Stephen. Then we have holding 10, holding 18 for speakers, holding 26 for speaker, holding 27 for speaker. And 16.
Well, I'll move the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Motion is second on the balance. Please vote. Okay, the balance passes unanimously, so that brings us back to item 4. Yes?
Can I ask Ms. Long a question before the speaker? I have a question about 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Clara, is she?
What is the project at Weston Mark? And is that coming out of Michael Rowe's department, or is that out of your department?
These funds would come from the Palafox CRA. These are some upgrades to some of their playground amenities at both Western Mark and Bristol Park.
Do we actually have what amenities we are doing at Weston Mark?
Yes, we have them.
What do you?
Yeah, I can share those with you.
Okay, it's just not in our backup, though, or is it in our backup? The actual improvements is my question at Weston Mark.
I'm sorry if it's not, then, but yeah, I can share that with you. It's just some upgrades to the playground amenities.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what it is. There are some very concerned people in Weston Mark. Okay, I'll support it, but I'd like to know what they are.
The commissioner made the funding's coming out of Clara, but it was procured through an existing contract with that Parks and Recreations has, that Michael Rhodes has with Game Time, and that's how it was procured.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but, yeah. Just if
Wes, if Claire or Mike can tell me the exact improvements. Because it'd be important to me, Claire, that those improvements, that there's input from the residents about the improvements, not just our idea of what the improvements are. So I don't know if it's already been procured, then, I mean, I don't know what it is what it is, but I certainly would expect to have input from the citizens.
Well, it's not officially been approved, so there's not been a purchase order issued. Won't be one unless the board approves tonight.
Okay, well, I'd like to make sure that I get with Michael and Claire to get the input of the citizens in that neighborhood.
You want to
Would you like to drop this one tonight?
Just bring it back in 2 weeks?
Yeah, we could do that.
We do have a speaker, but I believe he may have left. Andrew Bluer. Is Andrew Bluer still here? I believe he left, so.
Yeah. I'm waiting
Okay.
him out.
So,
I mean, I'm okay with getting it, Wes, if you can just take input, I mean, not put out the purchase order, I mean, get the right equipment. I mean, there's just been some questions about that park, about the quality and, you know, about some of the things that need to be here, I mean, in that park.
Well, why don't we drop
There's
tonight?
some issues, there's some issues in that park, as we both know.
Yeah, why don't we drop it tonight?
Yeah, let's just drop it then.
Give us a chance to meet with the neighborhood, and then we can bring it back.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Move drop?
Yep.
okay, so we've got a motion and a second to drop. Did you get that? Robert?
Commissioner Bender was the second?
Yep, he seconded
Okay,
it.
Great,
All right,
thank you.
Please vote.
Well, I didn't want to move it without Andrew being here.
All right, motion to drop passes 5-0. Next up, item number 5, we've dropped the item. We have 2 speakers. Chris Kerb, you're recognized. 2 minutes on the clock.
I'll just be real brief.
Thank you.
I'm in support of anything that the Pensacola and Perdido Bay Estuary Program's doing. They're doing some real good work. I went to their management conference on May 13th. And I would have went to their conference they had Tuesday, but they also had a place, sea level rise, open dialogue at the same time. So there will be a repeat of that in Santa Rosa County on the 12th. Some real good information with that sea level rise stuff. But anyway, I don't know why you're dropping it, but I think it's what the estuary program is doing is wonderful.
Okay.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Pino?
Thank you, Chairman Burgash. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets. I was actually going to give we're still doing 2 minutes?
2 minutes, yes. Yeah.
I was actually going to give my minutes back to make up for
You
my
can do it.
30 seconds of decorum smashing, pure unadulterated joy that held this meeting up. But I want to answer Chris. He's not going to be happy with me. I agree with him. Estuary program is doing some great stuff. The CCMP is out, the draft, there are good people working on it. It seems like things are finally moving in the right direction. Doesn't need a $50,000 marketing by downtown. And we've been here, looks a lot like OLF8, doesn't it? A lot of the same players. And so the meeting was great. I've watched the video. There was a lot of good stuff there, but it's kind of one of those downtown gestalt-y things where it's like throw up a ton of stuff and claim a bunch of partnerships and assess a bunch of stuff that isn't where it's really going on and then convince people that it's a fait accompli. I wish every single one of those projects can get done. Every single one of them. They're all important, Robert, all of them. But I get real nervous when there's an Eventbrite that I got to click over to decide whether I want to register, even though I don't have to. It was an ambush meeting. A lot of people didn't hear about it until right at the last minute. It was cross-scheduled with a huge event on affordable housing over at the Blue Wahoos.
Sorry, can we stop?
Yeah,
What
can we
event
stop
are you
right
talking about?
The event at the Blue Wahoo Stadium?
No. What?
I'm talking about
the event Monday night had nothing to do with the estuary program.
I thought that the estuary program was a partner. It was advertised as a partner of that event in one of the 4 different iterations of the invite that I
don't know
saw.
why it's a restore project that that we're doing.
I recognize it's a restore project, but I thought that estuary was also advertised. There were so many partners shifting in and out of that. I apologize, Commissioner Bender, if I got it wrong. So I will go back to the CCMP, need it badly, need the estuary program badly. They're doing good work. We don't need to pay downtown to market $50,000 for the CCMP. And so I know you guys dropped it, but maybe the people out there in the policy board, including Chairman Burgash, will take it under, thought when it does go back to the estuary committee. Is it really necessary?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, this item, we did say we were going to drop it, so do we need to make a motion to drop it? Oh, even though we've had people speak to it? Okay, all right, very good. Move forward. Item number 10. Stephen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to make an amendment to this item. I'd like to add $3,000 from District 5 discretionary for item B for Tate High School football, and $250 for item D, which is Tate High School Booster Club. It left out of there, it's the softball boosters, but so it's just those two small changes. I'd move the item after those amendments, A through E.
Second.
Second?
Thank you.
Yeah, no, let me ask, no problem doing it
Yes,
that
sir.
way?
I don't know.
Is that okay, Allison? Okay, then that's fine. Cool, we have a motion.
I'm not an attorney. I'm not for sure. I'm not the clerk either.
So we have
I've been told I'm neither, so.
we have a motion and a second on this item, amended to add $3,000 to item B and $250 to item D out of Commissioner Berry's discretionary. You got that? All right, please vote. Item passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill off the dais. Next up, we're at number 16. I believe we have a speaker, but he is already gone. Andrew Bluer, he's gone. Chair will entertain a motion on 16.
Move 16.
Motion and second on 16, please vote. Item 16 passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill off the dais. Going forward to number 18. We've got two speakers on number 18. Jeremy Branning, you're recognized. Thanks for your patience, long meeting.
Of course, it's a long meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to address the
Yes, sir.
commission. Jeremy Branning, an attorney with Clark Partington, 125 East Intendencia, represent Chavers Construction.
Okay.
The item number 18 on the commission's agenda involves the request that the commission approve the short list of candidates for debris removal. Chavers Construction, a local contractor that regularly works with Escambia County, applied to make the short list. Chavers Construction is a contractor in good standing with Escambia County, has the ability to bond any debris removal opportunity it has to reduce liability to the county. It submitted an application in 2001 that made the short list.
2001?
I'm sorry, 2021. I apologize, I misspoke.
you're all right.
Thank you, good catch. It submitted the same information for this year's application round, yet it was deemed not qualified. The application contained the same material information. There was no material change in the circumstances, yet it was found inadequate. Chavers was not contacted by the county to clarify any information in the qualification package. I will be the first to readily admit that the period of time to protest has expired. We are asking this commission simply to postpone the vote on the entities and the contractors that were shortlisted, and by my count, only 2 of which are local. We make this request to allow the commission the opportunity to evaluate Chavers' performance with the county and allow all of us the opportunity to identify why the application last year was deemed acceptable, and yet this year not acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Branning. Melissa Pino, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Burgash. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets. It's so hard to go from being so happy that something that's been wrong for so long was right tonight, and now something that's been wrong for so long is still wrong. What is going on? Debris removal? I mean, are you kidding me? It's not about Chavers. It's not about one single vendor that gets the gumption to come down here and protest this continued ridiculousness of how these procurements are happening. And, you know, all of us know after Sally, we sat there and we watched out-of-towners, subcontractors all gaming the system. And quite frankly, gentlemen, this county and this board is lucky that we didn't end up under investigation for some of the exact same things that people went to jail for over in Bay County in our debris removal. I don't know, maybe the authorities were all so worn out from Hurricane Michael that they couldn't muster it over here. This is wrong. We are boxing small local vendors out, and what I really want to underline is the worst thing on earth is when you've got a good procurement department and somebody's got their thumb on them. Because that is clearly what has been going on time and again, and Mr. Marino, I'm begging you to get to the bottom of why this keeps happening. I got some ideas, because there seems to be a through line that's continuing over from some of the past nonsense that was going on. And it might also have something to do with why that RFP for the new engineering head got tied up. So please conduct an investigation on how we keep having these egregious things happen in the same topics over and over. There's a pattern here, and it should have been solved a long time ago. I second in, you know, I've been here a lot over procurement. I just feel like this shouldn't have happened again, and please don't vote on this tonight. Figure out why this list happened.
Your
Thank
time
you.
has expired. Does anyone have any other concerns about this? Because I always seem to have concerns about the debris hauling, and the way it went after Hurricane Sally, you know, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of that money went out of town. A lot of it. I prefer to support, you know. And also, the other part of this process that I'm concerned about is we identify all these firms, but once there's a storm and we got to make a deal, you know, who makes the decision on who gets the work? It's not us. So, you know, I have some concerns about it.
Yeah, but I mean, every disaster we've ever had, we can say we got experts, the worksheets. They're not one time have they been correct. Not one time have we gotten all our reimbursement. So when someone starts talking about, you know, the experts and these guys, storm chasers, they come into a community, they rip a community off, they go, and you never see them again.
That's right.
And it's happened every single time. I mean, we well overspent on this last hurricane, and the flood we well overspent. And so I believe in, you know, always a local preference, because I know that if a person's local, I know him personally. I know Mr. Chavers personally, you know.
But we got to be very, very careful. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but we got to be very careful because but I just think, you know, I'll tell you what, guys, I wouldn't be opposed to scrapping this and starting all over again. That's how important I think this is, and not necessarily about anything that he says, but I want to get this right. And I'm not necessarily convinced that doing it this way is getting it right, because we've got a list of people. A lot of them are out of town. A hurricane comes through. You know, I talked to Allison at length today about this, and Allison, you know.
And I'm with you, Jeff. Not with this issue here. I agree. I'd like to see more local participation.
Yeah. And I want to know this. Is there a way we can get to a point where we approve 20, 30, as many as we want, but after the hurricane hits, then at that point, this board says, we're going to, you know, we need this service, and there's no way to do that.
I would not advise doing that for a number of reasons, but the easiest one to get is that the problem is FEMA does require, first of all, you can't do local preference with FEMA dollars, so that's going to be problematic if we're going to be trying to.
Yeah, I don't think anybody intended that. I think that was just a narrative comment. That wasn't.
Yeah, that's not the intent.
Number two is that
we all prefer that. That's not part of the.
Right. You do have to have competitive selection. FEMA will require competitive selection, and if you wait until a disaster strikes to start doing a competitive selection, you are going to put yourself in a time
That's what I
crunch.
mean. Can't we have an approved list? Like this backup here has the approved price that we all accept. What I don't want is when the storm comes, we've got a list, and then 3 people get all the work. And a lot of people got boxed out. And I got a lot of phone calls about that. A lot of people very upset about it.
Well,
I don't want
that's-
that to happen.
I mean, that's what we had. I mean, that's what
That's
we had.
exactly what
That's what this represents. I mean, that's what this represents as well.
Right.
I mean, the issue was when Sally happened, you know, we only had 2 local, we only had 2, you know, we had the same 2 local contractors that were amongst the 9 or 10 that were on the list. And, you know, the decision for the division of those contracts was, you know, was not made by the board. It was made.
sure wasn't.
At that time, it's made by the administrator, I believe, Allison. That is how that, hypothetically, that's how that would function again. In a similar scenario, it's going to be made by the administrator at that time. This is how I've viewed it while we've been in office, and I continue to think that it's this way. It's almost like a competitively bid continuing contract that we have, you know, a pool of firms to choose from. And even when, just say something happens and, you know, administrators, you know, we've got, say there's 10 people on the contract. Even if he says, okay, I'm going to choose, you know, A, B, C, D, E, F, and J, I, K. So at that time, I believe they still have to send portfolios of equipment that's available for work at that time. I think they still have to document, you know, what assets could be deployed in some time frame. I don't know if it was 48 hours to 72 hours. There's some other stuff even at that time frame that they have to do. So, you know, we're approving kind of a master list or a pool of people, but then there's going to be another level if something were to happen where, you know, the selection for actual POs is going to be made, you know, by the administrator at that time. So, you know, Jeff, what you mentioned, you know, the board doesn't get into the, you know, the granular part of the procurement about, you know, should they have to have immediate access or relatively immediate access to, you know, to 24 dump trucks or, you know, or 48 dump trucks or whatever. I mean, we don't really get into that, but what I do think is reasonable if there are, you know, while abiding by all the rules, which is certainly what everybody is, you know, wants to do, and I think what this board is going to do and what, you know, Allison and Wes are going to, you know, help make sure that we do, put in place, you know, go back, re-solicit, but it would be nice if we had a greater local participation. While I understand that's not something the board can dictate, it's not a part of the process, it's not a part of the scoring process, as representatives of said locals, each of us, we would all like that. If, you know, it's not Mr. Shavers. I have a relationship with, you know, with a couple of folks that, you know, that submitted before the last round of master list that was bid, and they were found to be not compliant for, you know, they couldn't document enough access to, you know, to meet the parameters of the procurement. Okay, so they didn't make the list. The board moved forward with the list at that time. You know, there are rules in place, and I don't think that our advocating for as much inclusion locally as possible
Is a bad thing.
it's not a bad thing, and nobody's trying to circumvent the system. Like I said, you know, and it wasn't Mr. Shavers, but, you know, there are others. You know, we have other contractors and
Right.
that thought that they were qualified to haul debris, and they didn't meet the parameters of our procurement. Mr. Shavers, in this instance, has stated he did think he met the parameters of the procurement. I'm not sure maybe why one or two other locals didn't bid. Maybe they weren't aware of it. You know, we did have, I believe a lot of this bid process went out in, I don't know, December, January, you know, with responses maybe in February. And, you know, with no specific issues, we've had a lot of issues in the department, and maybe, you know, maybe we didn't do as good a job of getting the word out. Maybe we can do a little bit better job of getting the word out and making sure that, you know, folks are busy. But I will say, to a person that does anything like this locally, this is the one thing that they would all love to be on. Whether they're all qualified for it, I'm not saying that, but I don't think it's inappropriate for the board to just say, look, let's set this aside, do a shortened, or expedited procurement, you know, whatever fits, you know, the appropriate rules, while following all the rules, and just try to see if we can be more inclusive, and maybe do a little bit better job of getting the word out about the opportunity to get on what is, in essence, a continuing contract.
Yeah, if you make that motion, you have my support. I think that's what we need to do.
And Steve, just to add to what you're saying, Wes, didn't we, because of some of the challenges we faced, we ended up buying grapple trucks ourselves and hauling a lot of the debris in-house?
We did purchase some grapple trucks, and we did remove some debris. Certainly not to the scale of our debris haulers.
Right.
But yes, we did.
But it did enhance it, and
Sure.
it did help. And
It saved us a tremendous amount of money. If you take the square, the square yardage of debris that we hauled as a that we could put an ascertainable value to, we can put a tangible value to
Sure,
that.
absolutely.
It was, in my opinion, a tremendous saving to the county. And the other side of it is, it was necessary.
And we could
It wasn't getting moved. So.
And we still have the trucks, and we're able to buy those trucks out of the FEMA money.
We had to use them about 6 weeks ago in Gonzales. You know, they didn't call it a tornado, but it was a very heavy downdraft, and it turned trees. I don't know how the downdraft of the wind turned trees, but you know, and we had to go through Kings Road and use a grapple truck and get debris.
Oh, yeah, my district was messed up. I mean, and Wes quickly was able to take care of my district. I mean, I can just tell you, I know that it was split up into zones, but our in-house removers in my neighborhoods in Brownsville did a much better job than the other haulers. I mean, they left debris, limbs, but the things that we did in-house was much more efficient to me for, you know.
And the truth is,
my
the haulers that we saw, if you saw the licensures and the tags, the licenses on the side of the trucks, I mean, they were contracted through, you know, perhaps local partners, but they weren't, the people that were doing the physical work weren't local partners.
Oh, the people who made the big money were not from here. Absolutely.
Commissioner Bender, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. While I don't necessarily disagree with what's been said, I do see the fact that hurricane season is 3.5 weeks away.
They could do it quick. They could do it.
I'm just saying I wouldn't want to get caught with my pants down. You know, so if there's a way that, I think last year we did a 1-year agreement instead of what had been proposed. You know, I'm just saying that we've had June storms before. I'm just saying I hope we take that into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Robert, like you said, you could expedite. I hope we don't have a storm in June.
What would have been probably ideal would have been to extend the contract, the second option for an extension in the fall time, and then gone out now, and we wouldn't be under a time crunch to redo it, but we didn't, you know, for whatever reason, you know, we didn't do that at that time, so we're where we are. And if I do think, Allison, was it mentioned 14 days we could turn it?
I think maybe, yeah, I think the 14
Mr. Lovegood's
for
here,
sure.
I mean.
Well,
could we do it
yeah, I
before
verified that with Jeff earlier, but I also, we will double check and make sure that that meets the FEMA requirements for the solicitations so that we remain eligible.
Wes, have we closed out all of our FEMA reimbursements for debris removal from the hurricane?
We're still are waiting on a $44 million reimbursement from FEMA on our debris removal. It's been in the last phase of review for quite some time with FEMA. The FDM has already done their review on it, so once it clears FEMA, it should get to us pretty quickly, but FEMA seems to be a little slow in finalizing their review.
So we're waiting on 44
They're
million.
doing a review and an audit, basically, of all of our documentation. And that's why it's so important for who our debris haulers to be able to do that documentation, because it's going to get scrutinized to the nth degree. They're going to audit it. And, you know, we had our documentation on point after Sally, and we're still waiting on our $44 million, so.
So I'd move that we, I don't know if we just drop the item tonight. Is that good enough? And
Resolicit?
resolicit for 14
To do what
days.
you're saying, you need to reject all bids and direct your staff to re-procure it.
All right, motion would be to reject all bids, direct staff to re-procure in an expedited manner of 14 days, assuming that meets FEMA guidelines, and get back to the board as quickly as possible.
Okay. We have a motion? I'll second.
I'll second. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. It didn't die.
So
Commissioner Bennett?
have the current contracts expired? Is that what you were saying? Okay, they have expired. All right. They expired in November. Okay.
Any further discussion? Please vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Oh, I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
Just waiting for that. It's not coming up.
I voted.
Mine didn't come up.
Board, I'm going to cancel that vote and restart it so we can do that again, okay? Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Something's going crazy on this. It's not coming up on mine. The vote.
Do we want to do a hand vote or
Yeah, let's do a hand vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 3-1, it passes. Meanwhile, is there someone from IT that can?
Hey, Wes.
I'm sorry.
When you say that we got 44 million out in debris, how much total reimbursement are we waiting on from FEMA?
I believe that is the last reimbursement.
For what about, we gotten all the reimbursement for buildings like ECAT building, Rosa Parks?
No, not for that. We've got a portion of our debris, and then we have the 44 million in standing. Then we have other projects that are some are in review, some are in design, that will be reimbursed for as we complete them.
Do we have any idea how much that is?
Liz may can tell you.
Yeah, so FEMA just actually changed. So instead of FEMA paying 75%, they're actually going to pay 90. So the state only has to pay 5 and we only have to pay 5. But Commissioner Bender had us work on an application to actually ask the state to pay our 5 as well. So we're hoping we end up paying nothing, fingers
So
crossed,
how far can we go back on that?
to the beginning of Sally.
Do you know,
That's
what's
fantastic.
the dollar amount of
To the beginning of Sally is not back to the beginning. So you're saying to the beginning of Sally?
It was for declared events in, I think, 20 and 21.
Okay.
FEMA up there from
To
75.
90, yes.
This
So
calendar
Sally
year.
was the only one we were
This
affected
calendar year
by.
20?
Yes.
All right. Wes, but one thing before we move on past this, this, may have been one of the issues with this contract letting. It appears to have gone out through vendor registry because it includes the data of how many people viewed it, how many people downloaded it, which is not ideal. I mean, the use of vendor registry, especially for something like this, the use of vendor registry at all, I mean, I hope we're phasing that out. I know there's a lot of new folks in procurement, so.
Jeff already has a plan and a timeline to acquire a software package that will greatly streamline our purchasing activities. We talked about it, I think just Monday, it was Monday of this week, we talked about it. So he's got a plan, he's got his eye on a good product, and so we're going to continue pushing that
I thought
direction.
we bought something for procurement.
Well, we bought this. I'm not sure about other stuff, but, and not to nitpick, even this says solicitation was being sent to 347 registrants. If you recall some of the discussion we've had about some of that stuff before, when we did some engineering and some other stuff, we were sending it to firms that were out of business, that I was aware of, were out of business for 10 years. You know, we were sending it to people that I knew were deceased for 5 years. I mean, so just the whole overall reliance on vendor registry for anything that's going to be effective is just, in my opinion, is just not sound.
So was vendor
I certainly
registry
get
something
that,
we
understand.
bought recently in the last couple of years?
No, it's been a little longer than that. I'm not sure how long, maybe.
Because I remember we bought,
4 or 5
we
years.
purchased something, 4 or 5 years, we purchased something for procurement.
I'm not
It
sure.
was
now it's
vendor,
outdated?
yeah, vendor registry, just admittedly, it's not the most user-friendly product for us or for staff or for our vendors and contractors. So that's the reason, one of the first things that me and Jeff talked about was just that, moving away from vendor registry and bringing on a software package that's actually going to be user-friendly, it's going to be efficient and more transparent, so.
And Wes, on this contract, I think we changed some of the requirements. We had a level 1 and a level 2, is that right?
Yeah,
In
yeah,
the
we had a
hopes
level-
that-
yeah.
In the hopes that we would get more local,
Yeah, we
or
may have
a wider net of maybe not the big guys, but those that could do these smaller ones. Did we see an increase in those responses?
I think we had about the same number of submittals as we did the last time. But yeah, the goal of that was to, we have a smaller event take place, whether it be a tornado or maybe it's a tropical storm, that maybe your smaller local companies can handle, to have a tier for that. And then also a threshold for those larger events like Ivan and Sally, where we may need a little more equipment, a little more arsenal, if you will.
So, I mean, we have tried to expand that smaller company opportunity.
Right.
Yeah, but it only expands if they're aware of it and if you get the
Sure.
word out to them. I mean, and candidly, one of the very large contractors now was a very, very small contractor before Hurricane Ivan. And
Well, I mean-
was not in possession and ownership of the equipment to have ever been on one of these contracts before
Right.
Ivan, but did a tremendous amount of the work after Ivan.
Right.
So
Yeah.
other people should, in my opinion.
Well, when you say the person doesn't have experience, how does the person ever get experience if you don't give them experience? That's part of the problem we got with our minority vendors in this county. I mean, because you don't give people an opportunity. And
One of them got a lot of experience on this list.
Yeah, and they were given experience by given a chance, and so then they were able to build that resume. And so if we don't give people an opportunity to build their resume and build their capacity, I mean, what are we doing? Absolutely, the Walmarts of debris hauling can come in. I mean, but how do we include, I mean, we can continually to talk about how not to do it, but the real solution is how to do it. And so there is a way to do it. I mean, and that's what.
I would say that we are a lot better at it than we were after Hurricane Aaron. I had 5 roll-off trucks, 2 bean trucks, and a great all, myself and some inmates. And that's how we tackled the debris after Hurricane Aaron. So we are absolutely much more efficient.
Yeah, and so for me, the discussion is well beyond debris removal. It is procurement and contracts and how we inclusive and how do we give people opportunity. I mean, that's one of the reasons we fund Brian White the Chamber, to create opportunity. And if you never give a small guy a chance or a minority company, or a veteran company, a women-owned company, they're never going to get that opportunity. You don't give them a $1 million contract. They build capacity. You give them a $150,000 contract, and they prove that to be good, then they get a $250,000 contract. But that takes a little more effort than just putting it out in vendor registry and saying, low bid, low bid. I mean, it just takes a little thought to be inclusive.
And and he's not here. I don't know that Michael's been here this evening. I don't know that I guess maybe he didn't have anything on the agenda, but that is something that, in my opinion, Michael has done a good job at in Parks and Rec,
absolutely.
especially like some of the flat work, some of the concrete flat work, and
I think we've done a great job, Stephen. When we talk about,
we've tried. I don't know.
I mean, we for rather the grass cutting, the landscaping, the custodial. I mean, when we start breaking those packages, and not all of them performed. I mean, they got an opportunity, and you know what? They failed, but at least we gave them an opportunity. But, that's why it takes a little effort to break down the packages. And, that's why we staffed up a procurement office. And that's why we give all this money to buy whatever technology they need and whatever staff to be inclusive, because, it all directly correlates. If we're going to look at affordable housing, attainable housing, I mean, people who make money and leave town, they buy houses wherever they live. Local people stay here. It's tax dollars, and, there should be some reciprocity for citizens
Yep.
That's a little longer conversation. But, I mean, but it is a concern, Mr. Chairman, of mine, and I've yelled it. I mean, although we made some significant gains, I mean, there is a long way to go in terms of how we equitably distribute contracts and awards to minority companies.
Well, we are, Commissioner May, bringing another round of holding pond bids, going to put those on the streets. We are going to break those into smaller lots to see if some of our smaller contractors and vendors may be able to tackle some of those smaller lots. And so we are, it's baby steps, I know, but.
No, I appreciate it, Wes. I mean, that's a further conversation. That's what cutting the grass in the holding pond or, cleaning the bathroom, you don't have to bond it as much. I mean, there are opportunities. I mean, we're not saying go hire somebody to build a bridge, but you certainly can give someone an opportunity to cut some grass.
Absolutely. All right, gentlemen.
But I still didn't get my answer. So how much do we have outstanding for building for FEMA? How much money?
For all of FEMA?
Yeah, just
So
a
total
roundabout.
damages estimated, of course, because we know what's happening with costs, is about 160 million. In-house, we've been paid about 28 million. We still have some owed by both insurance and FEMA. Sounds like a big number, but when you take out the $144 million debris project, and then it also does have the Pensacola Pier, which is 28 million. So those are two really big pieces that once we get reimbursed, it's not really that big of a pot.
Is that holding up any of our projects right now, Wes?
No.
On cash flow, it's not holding up anything?
Nope.
Makes our balance sheet doesn't look as good, and our fund reconciliations. Liz, while you're up there, do we still have some stuff hanging out from pre-2014?
We do.
Pre-2014, still, okay. Well,
So 2014, I think there are still 10 projects
okay.
that I am working on closing, but even projects that are closed, that are still kind of going through the process, we still are owed money on. So I do have a really good contact, Haley, who's been pretty good about it. So we've been getting RFIs, so they're moving. So we still have funds out there.
So
but-
why were
But
they
that
held
was
up
a-
from 14, Steve?
Well, there were, it's hard to know. I mean, we don't do the work. It appears as if maybe some things, I's weren't dotted and T's weren't crossed on some submissions from 2014. I mean, we only paid a couple $1 million. I mean, what do you get
To
for that?
Dewberry. I mean, we
what
paid
do you
millions
get for a
of
couple $1
dollars.
million these days? It doesn't go that far, I don't guess. So is there anything pre-2014 though? I mean, before the flood? Because I
Not
know
that
there was
we're
some
owed money
residual,
on.
I know there was some residual things you were working on, all that. There's nothing hanging out there. There's no potentials
I've
pre-2014?
closed them all to
Okay,
date.
all
So
right.
just 2014 floods is all we have open right
And
now.
and what's that cumulative number from the 2014?
That we're still owed?
On 2014?
Well, so for the jails, for the relocation of the inmates, when that project was submitted, it was only submitted for like 250,000.
Right.
But now that we're done with it, I'm asking for 2 million. So it depends on what they approve us for. So, I mean, if they go back and look at the documentation and they
I mean, that's
agree-
what we paid. Or
It is
that's a
what we
fraction
paid.
of what we, that's a fraction of what we paid.
So, I mean, they've given me a few fight backs, but I've been able to find policies where it should be
Yeah.
covered. And so it depends on if I get them to, so I would say we probably could have another $10 million out there.
Out of those 10 projects, aggregate total, okay.
Is that just for the jail, $10 million?
That's for the 2014 projects.
And is there anything in between 14 and Sally that, we had an ice storm at some point in time. There's
Front
nothing
when
else in
George
between?
died.
Yeah, I don't think
So
that
that was in 13.
That wasn't,
Okay.
Whenever George
that wasn't a
died.
declared event.
What year
Yeah,
was that,
it
Angela?
wasn't
Angela would know. What year was that when the ice storm?
It might have been January 14, actually.
It was whenever George died. I
Yeah,
remember.
because it was cold, yeah. So we had nothing between in that gap?
No, just
Okay.
14 and Sally is all. we
Okay.
have
So,
right
and
now.
I think.
And
like-
COVID. We have COVID projects out there.
But I think the other thing is that we have some projects from 2014 that weren't completed by the time Hurricane Sally hit, so that leaves the whole thing open.
The Cobb building is
the Cobb, yeah.
the big one for that. So in 2014, we requested an alternate project to demolish it, make a holding pond, rebuild another building. Well, that was still being approved by FEMA, so now when Sally hit, we're asking to do the same thing, knock it down, so they're having some conflict.
So
there,
they'll like keep the whole thing open until all the projects are done.
But they're not gonna pay us double, we just gotta.
Right, they're
That's-
just
that's
trying to
we're
figure
having
out what to
We're
do.
having to figure out what we do get out of it.
But
Okay.
we're potentially going to be receiving back maybe another 7.5% another 7.5% of overall cost for what we've been, for the projects that we have been reimbursed for so far.
For Sally?
Yeah, realistically, another seven
And
and a
they're
half.
starting to do that now. They haven't
Okay.
paid out, but they've been obligated and adjusted, so 90% for federal, 5 state, 5 us.
Right.
So, I mean, I would say probably within the next 2 weeks, we'll receive that.
And that'd be maybe another 4 million, you think?
Yeah, we had that big
give or take?
$18 million project be paid out of there, so it'll be quite a bit.
Okay.
And look, so Wes, we've got all of our BP oil spill money. There's no residual money from BP, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And we're still waiting on the opioid money, I would assume.
Yes.
Cash flow, I mean, we still have BP cash flow.
I don't know about BP cash flow. I don't think
Yeah.
that's in my realm.
We've got another 5 years probably.
That's what I thought.
Cash flow.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah, it's been allocated, but I know, but it's still coming in because my understanding was paid out over a period of time.
All right,
Grover's
and
excellent on
we
that.
still need to get more Triumph.
Say,
We still need more Triumph.
Yeah, well, we need to get our opioid money too.
All right, Lumen, you ready?
Let's go.
All right, let's go. 26. We've got Chris Kerb. We've got a speaker on item 26. You're recognized.
I'll make it real short because I know it's getting late. 26 and 27. I think you ought to approve them. Lumen, I appreciate you going out and meeting with the Ortega folks. They had actually called me, and I said, well, I know Lumen will come out and talk to you. So,
I'll talk to anybody that won't misconstrue my words, Chris.
right, but one of those things is both of these, I'm seeing a lot of money being moved around from drainage projects. Some probably left over from other that we didn't spend. I believe the one for this one was coming from Cooprian. That was a real estate acquisition issue. We weren't able to buy that pond site. So, point being is, I'd like to see y'all raise your drainage budgets for next year. That's really my whole point. Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Chris, are you waiving
Second.
on 27?
Yeah, are you waiving on 27?
All right, so I'll
Waiving
move
this-
26 and 27 then.
Second.
Motion second on
Mr.
26.
Chairman, I do want to thank Wes and his staff on Ortega. I know it's been a long time coming, and so, Wes, I know that you and your staff had to do some things to make this happen, so I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Happy to do it.
And I'm going to echo those sentiments for the Pine Valley. That's been a long time coming. Really appreciate the staff and Wes moving on that because it's a complex project. So 26, 27, please vote.
My term almost died.
Okay, signify by raising your hand if you support it.
Yes.
Unanimous. All right. And mine went down a minute ago. It just came back up. So.
Mine's,
All right, moving forward, next, we are going to,
R3-1.
R3-1.
is, appointment to the Opioid Abatement Funding Advisory Board. Y'all will need to make a decision.
here we go. Okay, we got some ballots coming.
Wes, does this board report advise us, or will they be advising CDAC, or who will they be advising?
Allison, can you help me out with that a little bit?
Yeah, it is a necessary piece that we are obligated to have as part of our spending infrastructure. We will be we have requested, when we've had already your administrator sign off on a request to be considered a qualifying county under the opioid settlement framework. And assuming we are accepted as a qualifying county, yeah, they're going to be making recommendations to us, but you have already indicated CDAC is your essential,
Yeah, but I'm
coordinating
saying, so this
thing.
advisory board advises CDAC, or do they advise this board?
I think that all works together, but I think they're advising us.
Us, as in,
Technically, you're you are the controlling entity over the local funds. That is you, so.
so this board will be advising us and not CDAC?
Yes, but CDAC is going to be the named provider for abatement strategies.
All right, we have a report.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 votes for Matthew Infinger and 1 vote for Jara Jakay.
Chair would entertain a motion. Motion and a second to appoint Matthew Infinger. Please vote. Aye. Aye. All right, that looks like it's unanimous to me.
All right, CAR 3-2 is asking the board to ratify / memorialize my appointment of Ms. Catherine White as my appointment to the Opioid Funding Advisory Board.
Chair would entertain a motion on that. So moved. Motion and a second on that. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right. Number 3. Wes?
This is memorializing the city's appointments to the same board.
Motion and a second to memorialize the city's appointments. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. County Attorney's Report. Allison, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. There are now 3 items on the county attorney's report this evening. I can answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for the attorney? Motion and a second to move the county attorney's report. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Stephen, I'm assuming you made the motion, you're voting for it. What about you, Lumen? Commissioner May?
Hard time keeping it all together, aren't you?
You voting for that? Okay, all right, unanimous. Yes, yeah, we're just memorializing that we're recognizing that. Okay, that's it for you, Allison? Anything else for the good of the order? We're adjourned.